do the presentation.
Okay.
Yeah. Now I'd like to get this connected to that. So then what you see here is what you see there. Mm-hmm. So when he flicks it through, it also doesn't just record the evening, it also records the slides. So in the evening at the moment, what we're doing is we disconnecting the projector and the class actually watches off the TV.
That makes sense.
Yeah, for now. But I need to get all the converters and connections. But yeah, so I mean, ultimately, if you were to go to this site now, this is if they want to participate.
Okay.
That's if they just want to view. So I'll show you now.
And how much meet?
I think it's going to show you this site now. This is if they want to participate. This is if they just want to.
Mobile version?
So that's live.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah, it's got a mobile version. But yeah. You know, that's what the recording will be. Because obviously I'm not sharing the screen. But like you guys said, they've got the slides. Yeah, so they just want to hear them talking.
Yeah. And they can work with the slides based on
yeah. And then what I like about this particular one is that at 4 o'clock, it automatically starts. So the facilitator can just walk.
Yeah.
Because most of the time the students come flying to the front.
Yeah.
Distract the facilitator, and he just leaves, and then I'm sitting for 16 hours recording to him. Yes, sir.
How are we going? Because I'm trying on that board.
We can bring the board here.
Okay. The ones are ready. You're going to work together. Hello, how are you? Are you alright? Can I switch on this light or not?
Yes. Yeah, I just want to see so that they can also see the of that.
better.
There we go. So they can actually see the board.
Okay. Let me just clean this. Let me just try to clean this board. Are you going to see your places?
Why?
No, I would expect that.
Wait for this.
You want to pick up all my double?
We are fond of school Yeah, I did practice. Tata is short. Yes,
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I want to start. Yes, good morning to you all. Majority of you are already thank you very much for being here. I know it's a pleasure time. And but that's how it works. How the program is started. So I can't delay anything. So we have to start. Now, just a few again from my side, a few action issues. No, I don't like to talk about admin, but I have to. First of all, this class for today is going to be video report. Okay, there will be video report, and they will edit the video of the class, and I think they will make it available also for you. But it's one or two students that can't get another the previous address this morning, the previous address, etc. So Dr. Paul arranged that we capture the class. So don't be afraid. You don't need to pay attention to that because they're not going to look at your face. Look at my face, right? And they will edit it afterwards. Okay, and those prepared essentials will be shared. Let's say a 5-hour class, 6-hour class will be down to 1 hour, 2 hours. All right. Okay. So only the mere essentials will be given through everybody. That's the first thing. The second thing is, once again, Dr. Paul reminded me, is that your registration issues hopefully sorted out and your online issues sorted out. If not, we have to go to the IT. You will know to sort out the IT so that we can have the stuff online. I say again, the presentation is really a summary of what is in the study guide. Right? The study guide is the foundation. And together with the study guide, the prescribed book is essential, especially for the examination. Right? Those questions will be asked also now the reviews of the chapters in the prescribed book towards the end. at the end of the class, by Friday, I will give you the appropriate chapters of the book. But for the test that you are writing tomorrow afternoon, it's only the study guide, right? And I've online said to you which pages, right? It's actually based on from step 2 to around about step 8 or 9, where we are, just before evaluations. Of course, remember, it's 2 modules, so we're doing our monitoring part, and evaluations we will do on Thursday, right? And then on Saturday morning, you will write the test on evaluation. Okay, that's how it looks, that's how it's been put online. So go and access the issues online, the stuff online, and everything is being communicated to you as comprehensively as what we can do in terms of the communication. Study guide, everything is there on the don't rely on the presentation only, and your notes in the class is not going to put you through. Right? I'm saying it up front. It's not going to put you through in a test or examination. It's not enough. Okay? Because what we present here is purely the flesh of the course. Okay? The content, the meat is what you have to study. So I'm providing you a framework and some content, and the rest is over to you. Yes?
I just want to know, regarding to tomorrow's test, how many marks is it, how much does it count?
It is online. Please access that, and it's in the study guide. Okay? And the front page, I'm not going to repeat that. It's on the study guide. You read the first 2 pages on the study guide. Exactly tells you. Okay? Right? Thank you. Any other questions? There's a 2-hour test tomorrow, right? I said from 2 to 4. 2 o'clock or 4 o'clock. The test will be and we'll still confirm the venue with me for tomorrow's afternoon's test. So that's why I said yesterday, when we've done in the class, go and study that evening with me. Because that is what we are doing. Okay, what we are doing is what you will get in the test as well. Nothing spectacular or out of this world. It's pure simple, the basics which I am facilitating with you in the class. Right? Okay. The meat is a little bit of meat in the study guide and you have meat.
Sorry, Johan, I'm not going to be shocked.
Yes.
Because what my colleague was trying to find out is for how many marks is the test for tomorrow. I think that's what she was trying to ask.
Yes, and I know.
I won't get shocked as well.
No, but I've answered it. What was my answer?
We know on the study guide it says the test counts for 30%.
Yes.
That's all I was just asking.
Yeah. No, I also communicated online how many marks, all right?
So you can say now.
I will, the test, the test is either, I'm just finalizing the test, you're with me, but the end today. Okay, so it will be around about 50 marks.
That's all the
test. That's about 50. This is about 50 marks, but what I'm asking you is, I've also communicated online the marks. That's what I'm saying, okay? So just access your online stuff, because there was 3-4 communications that was put online, okay? Fine? Right. Thank you. Okay. Can we move on? Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, let's do the condition of yesterday. People, listen. I don't want you are not in the class only to write the test examination. Let's just get our minds frames ready, corrected. You are the first institute here to learn, right? That was communicated very clearly to you yesterday by the HOD. The test and examination is a result of your learning experience, right? It's purely the result of that. So the aim that you attend the class is not to pass the test first of all and examination. Of course, that's important because you will want to graduate. Right? But the focus is not the test and examination. Right? This is an advanced level course, not the first year course. Okay? So we must just realize that. So when we do class exercises, it's on an advanced level. Okay? The flesh and everything you have to put into is on an advanced level. You have to put that into your study work. And I've given you the flesh. I was very polite to compile a whole study guide, a comprehensive study guide on the course, which we have to supplement with a textbook for the examination as I'm going to say. So for the test, it will only be the study guide, and I've given you the pages of the study guide. I don't focus on that. I want you to focus on the learning in the class, okay? Because my idea is that when you go out and do the job, that you will be able to do the job. Do we understand each other on this one? Yes. Thank you. Then I will continue. Now let's repeat yesterday's work. Let's repeat yesterday's work. Let's talk quickly about the lock frame. Why do we have a lock frame? Why do we have a lock frame? Who can tell me? Because this is what is important now for me. Why do we have a lock frame? We spoke about lock frame for about 2+ hours yesterday, right? Now I'm asking you, why do we have a lock frame? Why do we have a lock frame? Help me. Why do we have a lock frame? Yes. To plan, to monitor, evaluate the project. Right. Give me more detail. What did we say? Where do we start off with the project? In the planning phase. Identify the problem. Right? Why do I identify the problem? To find the causes, and also what is looking for a specific word. Remember yesterday I said let's look for specific detail. Why do we do a problem analysis? Or a situational analysis? Why do we do it? The cause effect, yes, but why do we do it? That's correct what you're saying, but I'm looking for something else. Why are we doing a problem analysis? Why do we start there? Well, just take a guess. Doesn't matter, it's not right or wrong. Yeah, but it's not, we don't do the problem analysis to test the impact. That's not why we do a problem analysis. Why do we do a problem analysis?
To get the best results.
To get the best results, yes, but what? I'm looking for something else. Thank you. Thank you. Where we are. Where we are. Now, don't make notes again about what I've said yesterday. You will confuse yourself. You already made the notes yesterday. I'm just repeating what I've said. You with me? There's nothing new now. Don't confuse yourself with all the notes. Where we are. Right. And then, where we are going. Isn't it so? Yes. Right. So, from where we are and where we are going, what do we need? What must we do to get from where we are to where we would be or should be? Logical framework. Thank you. Right. Logical framework. Is that what we said yesterday in the class? Logical framework. We need a logical framework. We need a tool to get us from where we are, where we envisage the project should be. Now, what process do we follow in a logical process, in a logical framework? What elements does it consist of? Okay, now I'm not going I know you know. I want to ask somebody else who's just listening.
The issues that have been addressed and input.
Stop. So we start off with the input. What does the input tell us? What we need. Not what we have, what we need to do the work, right? Also what we have, but actually what we need. It may be more than what we have, you see. So what we need to do the work in terms of that project, right? We've given many examples yesterday, right? We need this and we need that, and we need this and we need that, we need the lorry, we need the driver, we need you with me, right? And a budget and all of that. Then, what is the next one? The next element? Activities. What does the activity say? What we do. What we do. We drive. We deliver the cement. Is that so? That's an activity. Then, what else? Output. What is the output? What we produce or deliver. Right? What is the product that we put on the table? Right? What is the product that we put on the table? A built road or a completed hospital is the same. That is your product. That is the output. Okay? But as we have said, with M&E we don't stop there. Right? What is the next element that we move into? Outcomes. And what is the outcomes? What we wish to achieve. Or otherwise put, what is the other word? What is the other word? The
Impact.
no, not impact. That's the next phase. We get to impact. But what is another word for what we want to achieve? It starts with the R. Results. Right? The results. Right? The results. People attended school better, isn't it so? I mean, you remember the example on this lady with the YouTube video yesterday, right? Okay. Healthy children, isn't it so? Okay. That's the result. But we don't want to stop there. There's another element which is called the impact. What does the impact say? No.
Change.
What did we change? What did we change? Because the change one is the impact. That's the ultimate goal. Right? So we have to ask ourselves, that's why with the doctrine development, you have to ask yourself these questions. What do we need to do the work? You with me? What do we do? What are we going to deliver? What results will we have? And what are we going to change? So if we know where we are, we can ask the question, what do we want to achieve? Remember yesterday in the video she said, what would happen if the problem no longer exists? You with me? What would happen if the problem no longer exists? Or what should happen if the problem no longer exists? So you visualize yourself in a situation where children, for example, have got enough food to eat at school. You can see that. Right? You visualize that in your mind. So that would be the goal. The goal is your vision. Right? Where do I want to be? What do I want to see happen? The goal. And that is from where we are to where we want to be in terms of the goal. And then we will do either backwards mapping by asking what needs to happen. If we've got the goal, we ask what do we need to happen for that goal to be achieved. Go to the outcomes, go to the outputs. You ask that question all the time. Or you can say, right, from where I am, forward mapping. You with me? Forward mapping. By asking if-then statements. If this is in place, what then? If the cement has been delivered, what then? Can you see? So it's actually a very simple process, but a very good process. logical process to follow to help you to populate the project. Isn't it so? The logical framework. But we also talked about the theory. Oh no. No. I left out. There are two things important for that logical framework to work well or to function. That we have to keep in mind and to put down and to analyze. What are those two things? An assumption. What is an assumption? What is an assumption? Something that you have control over. Something that should be in place. That we assume, right? We assume that the delivery van will deliver food on time. Can you see that? This assumption. You remember that example we also had? We assume that the supplier will be paid. Can you see that? Right? Assumption. Because that assumption can easily become a risk if it doesn't happen. Can you see? Then it's out of our control because that environmental factors, the external factors, something which you cannot control. Such as a vehicle accident, such as a hailstorm, you know, all those kind of stuff, right? Which can happen, which can put a delay in the project, especially with the time frames of the project, right? Project management. But which also hampers you who is driving the project to get to where you want to be to see the impact, isn't it so? You delay that process. When we get to evaluation, you will see that when we start to measure impact, that impact cannot be measured within the first year of the project's existence. Impact takes time to take place, right? The presidency says between 3 to 5 years after inception of the project. And you see there must be time, this time span before you can see whether things change. Right? Safer communities, right? It doesn't happen when you put some mechanisms in place to ensure safer communities. Or people feel free to walk at night. It doesn't happen overnight. You must put in all these mechanisms first. But when you get to evaluation, you will see, you know, when this impact evaluation will take place and how we do it. And we will get to some of the stuff today when we talk about data collection methods. What else did we talk about yesterday before we left? We also said, well, we're also not only talking about the logical framework, we're also talking about something else. I know you were then dead tired. You were then dead tired. And I don't blame you because I was burning you with work. Right? But this is only the framework I'm providing you with. What did we talk about yesterday before we did? What is the other thing that we see? Theory, thank you. A theory of change. Look at the word, you know, remember how words count? Look at the word theory of change. Analyze this for me. Each word. Theory of change. A theory of change. What does it imply if you look at those words? What does it imply if you look at the theory of change? Just simply looking at what stands there. By looking at the theory of change, what does it say? What is the word? There's a word thing that's important because we already spoke about it. Change. Isn't it so? Yes. Change. What is the other word that's important? theory. Now remember our logical framework we had from where we are to where we want to be. We say with impact or goal, we want to change, isn't it? So change. So the theory of change is a process that you follow, which is based on theory. Can you see? To get to the change. So your whole logical framework that you compile should be now there's different viewpoints on this matter. Some say you need, it's fine, you can have a logical framework like the lady yesterday explained in the YouTube video, and then she put a description to those elements. Right? Now that's part of your theory of change. Others say you first do a theory of change, and then you go to the logical framework where you do both. Right? Now, what stands in the study guide is on page 33. Page 33 of the study guide. The development of the theory of change should include the following. Conducting of research and evaluation of literature. Okay. 24. 46, sorry. I got another shortened version. I'm always giving my pages, which is, you've got a longer version. Right? It's page 46, I think you'll be. Conducting of research. Look there. Remember, I've said it's based on theory. So the moment we talk about theory, what are we talking about? What are we talking about when we talk about theory? What implies theory? Right? What does it mean if you talk about the theory? What does it expect from you if we talk about it must be based on theory? What does it imply in practice? You have to put up. Correct. Correct. We have to go and conduct research, or you go to the literature, and you look for change projects. Right? Development of theory of change begins with identifying and reviewing the research and evaluating the literature. Right? A theory of change implies, look there, that change, that's very important, that change must be embedded in theory. Can you see that? That change must be embedded in the theory. So that means our goal from where we are to where we want to be must be embedded in a theory. Which theory are we talking about in terms of your topic? For example, prior research may show that when other factors are controlled for, a positive relationship is found between student academic performance and parental involvement in the child's homework. An evaluation of a turn-in education program in an urban area of a developing country may have reported moderately successful findings for a program component involving teachers versus students' homes. Once the literature research is complete and any relevant findings identified, a theory of change can be constructed to predict what will take place given similar interventions. Can you see what I'm trying to get at, right? What is the theory that you're going to build your change? Every science, can you see this is where science comes in, right? This is where science comes in, because every scientific project is built on a theory or theories. The final outcome or impact, which describes the change you want to see in service, users, or beneficiaries, the final outcome should be long-term, obviously beneficial, relevant to the needs of the target population, and plausibly linked to the project's intermediate outcomes and activities, etc. So, that is the basis of a theory of change. And then on your next page, whatever it is, Theory of change illustrated. Can you see this? Right? A theory of change is typically provided as both a written narrative and a diagram or a flowchart. Diagram or a flowchart. A flowchart illustrates a sequence of results that flow or result from activities and outputs. It is a very flexible logic model if the four components, inputs, activities, outputs, and the results are presented. Right. And then, however, last sentence in both, unlike in the case of a log frame, the theory of change in and of itself does not include any data collection or how an assessment will be done. We will still get to that part. Right. And then I've given you an example, an extra one. Here we go. I think we've done it yesterday, but let me just go back to an extra one on your study guide. There you will see, I said yesterday, an example of a part, not the total part, theory of change for the nutritional, that's just an example, nutritional school, or National School Nutritional Program, right? And we went through those exercises yesterday, different inputs, what is the activities, the outputs. But what I want to show you is, look how it's been displayed in the flowchart. Can you see that? All right. It's not necessarily displayed in a similar manner. It can be done also by means of a log frame. All right. Now, I'm not always that hard and fast with regard to the theory of change, because the theory of change can be very complex. Because you know how you do it in practice, it takes a lot of time. What they say, for example, and that's not all the clever people that try to develop something, what they say is, you must have a team of people. Remember I said yesterday, you can't do anything on your own. And we will still get to all the other role players as we move along. But when you develop a theory of change or a log frame, then the theory of change is being developed by a team of people and also from your stakeholder group, your target group. And in practice, what happens is that you will sit on the floor. Now, that's practically what happens. You will sit on the floor with a big piece of paper, large piece of paper, or an empty wall. And you've got these sticky notes, right? Sticky notes. And the idea is you brainstorm this project, right? You brainstorm the impact and you put it down, and then you brainstorm the activities, you brainstorm the outputs, you brainstorm the outcomes, and you put it all up with sticky notes. Then you're going to start to say, okay, let's see now how these different elements are related to each other. Can you see? Then you start making arrows. But you talk about it, you reason it out. Can you see it's an whole exercise that you're going through? Look at that example there. Look at all the arrows, how they are linked up. Can you see? 3 outputs or 3 activities can lead to 1 output. Can you see that? 1 output can give you 2 outcomes. Can you see that? But it doesn't come naturally. It is an exercise where you really sit on the floor and you talk, right? And then you scratch out perhaps a little penalty where you say, no. This can't lead to that. Can you see that? You go through that exercise where it works. Is it true? No, it's not true. Can you see? Mustn't we replace this activity with something else? Because there's a gap between that activity and the outcome. Can you see? You sit with an exercise. With sticky, sticky paper, these papers that you put it up, right? You put it up. That's really how they do it in practice. You can watch the YouTube videos and they will tell you that. Or read up on the theory of change, then you will see that's how they do it. It's quite a comprehensive and a lengthy exercise. Now, what I'm saying is that's the ideal world, right? That's what the presidency also wants you to see doing. But people, I've said yesterday, I'm like the majority of you were, I was in a practical situation where we have to do it. And it's very difficult to find those role players who come and sit for 2-3 days and do that exercise with me. Because you don't do it in a day. It takes time. It takes time to do that. And then what happens is once you've got that kind of theory of change, you will then write a short narrative on that to explain to the reader how all the linkages works and why it works like that. Now, the difference in opinion in the literature and amongst evaluators is that some of them realize that the theory of, you can either have the theory of change or a logical framework due to time constraints. Because if you look at the analysis of the logical framework, it is very much similar to a theory of change, except in the case of a theory of change, we don't have any measurement or data collection methods, because you will see now, our next phase will be to develop a log frame matrix. That log frame matrix contains indicators based on the data, can you see? And after that, we will have to decide if we've got the indicator and baseline data, how are we going to collect the information on that indicators? Can you see that? That's the log frame matrix. It's another step flowing from the logical framework. Now, the theory of change don't have that. The theory of change is purely a theory of change. Can you see that? Yeah. Embedded in a theory. What theories do you use to get from A to B? Who said it's correct to go from there to there? Who said that arrow from the outputs will give you that outcomes? Can you see that? Right. Was it Reinhardt? Was it Mashlangu who did a study on a similar project? Who said it? Can you see the theory? So it's like science. You're writing an assignment which is being sourced, where you do in-text reference. Can you see that? I'll get to that later on when we speak about the assignments, how you must do your in-text references, reference list and all of that. But that's science, it's purely science. It's not literal, the narrative don't need to be comprehensive. It can be a 2-page document, can you see? Right? It's purely a summarization of the visual illustration of your theory of change. So you can have the visual aspect, and then you can have a short narrative, unit short, to indicate to the reader how does these arrows look like? Why do we have these arrows? Why do we have these inputs? Emanating, they say then, that's what the theorist says. Emanating from the theory of change, you can have then your log frame, and then you can build your log frame based upon that. It makes your log frame easier. Can you see that? Okay. If you've got the theory of change. Does it make sense to you? Perhaps it doesn't make sense to you, but you got my drift, the mindset, what they want. Okay? I'm really picture the ideal now, because you're in a classroom and I must give you the ideal situation also. Okay? I say again in practice, I know, I've got experience, it doesn't happen easily. Think of your own work situation and think how you're going to do that if you get to this point. Who are you going to get involved? When are you going to do that? Can you see? Will the role players be available for 2-3 days to go and sit and draw off this little sticky note thing? Can you see? Will they be able to play around? Because you can play around like a domino board. You can play around with the dominoes. You can play around with the sticky notes. Can you see that? It's really it's like in group work, where they teach you group work. That's the technique they teach you how to do group work. Is that you sit with sticky papers and you see how the group is functioning, right? If you analyze group work. So it's working with sticky notes. It's very practical, right? Very practical. It's not highfalutin exercise. But first of all, before you go into that exercise, you have to do that literature review to give you that background, right? Before you go into that, I call it sticky note exercise. So that you know what you're talking about if you start reasoning it out. Can you see from this to that, from that to that, and how it's interlinked with each other. That's what they call the theory of change. Now you in your workplace, now the picture is not completed yet. Remember, we're still going to do the rock frame. We're going to do it now. Remember what we said, is what I've said is that the theory of change don't have any indication of how we're going to measure. It's purely an analytical tool based on theory. How do we want to get from where we are to where we want to be? Right. Which includes assumptions and which includes the risks and the external factors. Now, in real practice, I want to say, it's your choice in the workplace. You can jump directly to a logical framework if you want to, all right? And provide the description of that logical framework. You recall yesterday, again, I alluded you to that video. She made those arrows in the logical framework, isn't it so? Very similar to theory of change, all right? Very much similar to a change. What I'm saying is to help you, is you can combine the two into one, right? So you can display your logical framework with a little bit more of arrows to show that it is similar to the theory of change, and then you combine the theory part when you explain the logical framework. Can you see that? And you combine the two, okay? So you can have a combination as well. You save time. You save time. There is no time, there is no budget, there is no much of a personnel situation or personnel. And the target group is difficult to reach, or they can only attend for 2 or 3 hours. Right? Your manager can only attend for an hour. And you see those issues, you know what I'm talking about. I want you to think real-time practice. How are we going to do it in real-time practice? If this is what we want to have to do in terms of M&E principles, how are we going to do it in practice? So I'm saying now you can combine it, all right, for practical reasons. The main point here is, what I want to stress, is that framework is important, the elements are important, the linkage between the elements are important, the assumptions are important, the external factors are important, how those issues are linked is important, and then there should be a narrative which is embedded in a theory. Those are the principles embedded in a theory or other literature to show that the change that will happen is based on a specific theory. Yes.
I just want to check, do we need to have assumption under each element of the
No. Okay. Good question. Very good question that you asked. You don't need to have an assumption under each element. You can have an assumption for activities and outputs. You can have an assumption, right? For example, okay. You can see there, if you look at that in lecture 1, right? Look at that in lecture 1. Those dotted lines at the bottom, can you see that is the assumption. They've got for the activities, all those activities, they've got one assumption, fair procurement, can you see? Right? And then they've got for all the outputs and the outcomes, one assumption, payments to producers or suppliers made on time, can you see? So you don't need to follow a rigid process to say, I must have. Okay? It all depends on your project. It all depends on your project. But it's not compulsory to have assumptions. The assumption is the broad framework. What must happen in order to get to that outputs, right? What assumptions are there to get from the inputs to the outputs. And you can reason it like that. And have one or two assumptions. So you don't need to have 100 assumptions. Assumptions are real-time issues, right? That can happen, or that should happen for the project to be successful. Okay? I mean, the point is, fair procurement must take place, isn't it so? In this example. It should happen. It must happen. It must happen that between the aims and the outcomes, that payment must be made to the producers. Isn't it so? Otherwise, they're going to stop supplying this food scheme, and your whole project go down the drain, you see. No outcomes or no impact. So no, you don't need it. It depends on what are those real-time or issues that and the same count for your external factors. You can look broadly at the total project once you've done. You first do the whole project or the layout, and then you sit back and say, all right, guys, let's look at what must be the assumptions if we want to realize all of this to get to the impact. What are the assumptions? And then you can say, these are the assumptions. 1 or 2 assumptions, or 3. What are the external factors? What are the factors that is out of our control, which can hamper the proceeding of this project? That's the big question you ask overall for the project, and you see. And then you see, yes, so yeah, this can happen, that can happen, that can happen. Right? In project management, they also teach you these principles, right? Where you say, what are those risk factors that can make it, that can actually delay the delivery? That's what they talk in project terms. Delay the delivery of the project. Okay? Because remember, there's time frames linked to all of this. When is this going to happen? When is this event going to be delivered? By whom? Can you see that's project management? Right? So that's another tool. That's why you will have project management as part of your course. To bring that in, but I'll show you as we move along. I will indicate to you what are some of the issues. I will already indicate to you now. Because this whole project, as we go along, the techniques must be put down on the project management sheet. English project office, I don't know, I will you know project office, English project office. Right. But that can be done by somebody else, a project manager in your department or in your, wherever you work, the private sector or whatever, right? Project manager. It's not your job. It should not be your job. You can't, you just can't do everything. Or your little team can't do everything. You will see now as we move along why I'm saying that. Right. Now, to complete this part, because we are moving now, well, I put down the log frame matrix here, right? I've said this whole step 2 is about agreeing on outcomes. How do we get to the outcomes? By means of a theory of change and a logical framework. I just want to say again, the theory of change can be very complicated, very complex, okay? I'm purely touching on the basis of the theory of change. But there are much more volume into this. So those of you who are interested can read up on the theory of change, especially for your assignment or whatever the case may be. I'm giving you all the tools, that resource list in the study guide to help you, all right? That you don't now go and do a fact-find mission. In the study guide, I always say, this is where you can access it. All right, I lead you to the website. If you read the study guide, I'm trying to help you access that website for more information. And then I've given you right at the start a whole list of resources to help you that you don't need to go and look. Where must I find information? Okay. Now, the logical log frame matrix is part of this whole process, but it's been given as a separate step, what we call step 3. Step 3 is selecting key indicators. Selecting key indicators. Selecting key indicators. In the study guide, it's also been mentioned like this. I mean, those steps are just the identification. And as I said, my presentation is a summary by standing in that study guide. All right. Here and there, I just rephrase it in terms of a presentation. This is exactly what is in the study guide. Don't break your necks if you see a word there which is not in your study guide. All right. It's all there. I promise you. Now, let me ask you, what is an indicator? What do you think is an indicator? I've said I'm going to ask you these simple questions all the time, and then, then help me. A variable that measures something. Right? Who else? What is an indicator? What is an indicator?
Showing a level of something.
I show you?
Showing a level of something.
A level of something?
Yes.
But think practical. In real life, what is an indicator? Don't talk about MME now. What is an indicator in life, in real life? Huh? A sign. Why do you put your indicator light on to say you turn right or left? It's a sign, isn't it, sir? It provides direction where you are going. That's the basis, right? The direction where you are going. That's an indicator. Now, in terms of our log frame model, if we say we've got all these inputs and activities and outputs and outcomes, we want to know how are we going to direct that inputs and activities? How are we going to direct them? How are we going to make sure it is being implemented? By measuring them. So an indicator is also a measuring instrument. Right? A measuring instrument. Measuring instrument. We have to measure those outputs that we so nicely put down. We have to measure the outcomes which we have put down. We have to measure the impact. Right. That is the log frame matrix. And that log frame matrix consists of step 3, 4, and 5 is actually 3 steps in one. Because step 3 is selecting the indicator, step 4 is baselines, step 5 is targets, right? Okay. So it's actually one component, so to speak, and that forms the log, what we call the log frame matrix. But I've decided to stick to the 2 second steps approach, as I said, because it just dissects the information much better. But it's not so that you eat the elephant at once, right? But to chop up the elephant into chunks. But the indicator, baselines and targets is what we call the log frame matrix. We're going to discuss that now, but let me just to visualize it. You can look at annexure 3. Annexure 3. There's an example of a log frame matrix. We will discuss all of that now. Right? We will discuss all of that now. Right? The log frame matrix. Can you see the first column there? That's where your narrative, that is your impact. What do you say you want to change? Can you see that, right? Okay. What is the outcomes? What is the outputs? What you've done in your log frame? That's the first column. Then the second column is now how we're going to measure it, the indicator. Look at the baseline, right? The baseline for the previous financial year, and then the targets. You can have only 1 year target or 2 or 3 year targets, smart targets. We'll get to that for the forthcoming 3 years. How are you going to measure it, right? That's output. That is what we call a log frame matrix in essence. We've got means of verification and we've got the assumptions. And I'll get to the means of verification. Means of verification. Just to visualize, I want you to visualize what we're going to discuss. You with me? What is the template or the framework of a log frame matrix? So when we discuss our indicators, that we know where we should copy and where the baseline fits in and where the target fits in. Okay. Right. It's an extension of your log frame. That's what it is. And we call that then a log frame matrix. The matrix implies the measurement of your elements of your log frame. Right? Okay. As we have said, that an indicator must provide the direction in terms of how we're going to measure it in order to get where we want to be. Are we on track? Remember monitoring? Are we on track? How do we know we are on track? The indicators will tell us that. Can you see? Or the target will tell us that. Are we on track? How do we know we have achieved results? The indicator will tell us that. Can you see? So we need indicators and targets to tell us in monitoring terms, are we on track? And in evaluation terms, what did we achieve? What was the results? Okay? That's the only way how we can know it. Now, what is the criteria for developing a performance indicator? There are a few criteria that's important for developing a performance indicator. It must be reliable. It should be accurate for its intended use and respond to changes. It must be well defined. The indicator needs to have a clear, unambiguous function or definition so that data will be collected consistently and be easy to understand. It must be verifiable, very important. It must be possible to validate the processes and systems that produce the indicator. I'll come back to all of that. It must be cost effective. It must be useful. It must show some kind of, it must tell you something. So to justify the cost, especially of collecting the information on that indicator, it must be appropriate. The indicator must avoid unintended consequences and encourage service delivery improvement. Encourage service delivery improvement. It must be relevant. The indicator must relate logically and directly to an aspect of the institution's mandate and the realization of strategic goals and objectives. Right? Again, I want to ask you, or just allude you to the fact, you've heard me now, I've said goals and objectives. Can you see it's planning terms? In M&E terms, we speak of impact. Can you see? But which is also called the goal. Right. So just bear in mind that there's some overlap and some inconsistencies sometimes in terminology, because if you look at the definition of those concepts, it can differ by different authors. And you've seen yesterday the lady on the video, on the YouTube video, she didn't talk about impact. She talked about long-term outcomes. Did you hear? Right. Long-term outcomes, which she regarded as an impact. Use the word impact if you want to. All right. as long as you do as long as it says what it implies. It's your choice at the end of the day. Because this subject is much flexibility built into it, and it's still this own subject, it's still a developing subject, right? It's not hard science. It's not hard science. Now, what do we say about these criteria for developing performance indicators? Reliability, well-defined, verifiable, cost-effective, whatever. Right? Let's first look at, before I'm coming back to that, let's first look at the developing and formulating of indicators. Then I'll come back to that because I want to use the type of indicators to illustrate the criteria or apply the type of indicator to the criteria. They say to develop it in terms of the textbooks of Cohen curriculum, but it's also in your study guide, clarify the program logic change. You've done that. You actually develop the program logic. Select indicators in terms of levels, input, process, or, you know, there's again a new terminology. Process, that it can be activities. So if you want to use the word process, by all means use it. Nobody will kill you. But normally they use activity, then output, outcome and impact indicators. In terms of the level of indicators, that's very important. In terms of the level, that means either input or activity or output. Select the type of indicator. The type of indicator, right? For example, quantitative versus qualitative indicators. This is all in the textbook, right? Quantitative versus qualitative, meaning in the study guide there's a whole range of indicators also. What is a quantity indicator? You can tell me. It's my friend. No, you. Yes, you say.
Quantity, I said you're talking about numbers.
Yes. Yes. It's a number game. Right? Number of children attending the school, right? Can you see it's a quantity indicator? Quantitative indicator. Qualitative indicator is what? Yeah, but what can be a qualitative indicator? Because I just said number of children attending school is a quantitative indicator. Number of crimes reported, quantitative. How many murders took place? Quantitative indicator, isn't that so? What is the ratio of houses in South Africa versus population? A quantitative indicator, right? So what is a qualitative indicator? Tell me. What is a qualitative indicator? Qualitative indicator. The textbook says it's based on a narrative, description, or categories such as true, false, existence, does something exist, yes, no, classification, high, medium, low. They measure, and that's the important part. Qualitative indicator measures the perceptions and attitudes and preferences of people. Are they satisfied with the school attendance of the children? Can you see it's a qualitative indicator? We don't ask now how many, how much, or the ratio or the percentage. We ask now, are the parents satisfied with their children's school attendance? Are the schools satisfied with the children's school attendance? Can you see? That's a qualitative indicator. We use qualitative indicators also to measure what we call service delivery, customer satisfaction, right? Satisfaction of the services we deliver. Imagine now that a house has been built, that's an output indicator, right? Number of houses built, that's output, right? measure the indicator. Or number of completed houses built. Remember, I've said the indicator must be specific. Well defined. That means I'm going to give you a break now. Comfort break. A number of completed houses, because output is about something that's completed, isn't it so? And you see, it must be specific. Now, a quantitative indicator would be about the satisfaction of your customers about that house that was built. And you see, that's quality indicator. Does they what? No, not the real impact. Impact will get to impact. All right. We'll get to impact. It can be part of impact. It can be part of impact. But it's not only that. Okay, there's more into impact. Remember, impact, we want to measure the change of behavior, right? And you see the change process. Output level, we measure now the customer satisfaction of the product that's been delivered. Right? Then it's a qualitative kind of indicator. There are many indicators. I mean, in the textbook, they talk about objective versus a dynamic indicator, an objective indicator versus objective versus subjective indicators. Indicators can measure either subjective opinion or objectively verifiable. They say illustration, a family's quality of life, can subjectively be measured by their own perceptions of their quality of life. If you ask the family their quality of life, how do you measure quality of life? Right? You can either ask them how do they view their quality of life, and it's subjective, or objective, where you test their opinions against an objective measurement, like they say here, the Stats South Africa survey data, right, about quality of life in South Africa, or against the Australian well-being index, or the human resource index. Can you see what I'm trying to do that? So you test the subjective opinion against an objective measurement. Objective measurement is something that has been standardized. The one that I've said, I'm just touching on a few of them. You can study all those different types. I'm just touching on the main ones that is important for specifically some elements of the MNE. You heard yesterday we talked about the word efficiency, effectiveness, and efficacy. You remember those three T's. It's always a problem to define or to measure them. Now they say that effectiveness indicators, there it is, indicate measure the ratio of output or resources used to produce the output per unit of project outcome or impact. Thus, the extent to which activities and output contribute towards the intended outcome. So it's a measure of output versus outcome, right? As a ratio, as a percentage of that. Efficiency indicator measure the ratio of inputs needed and include service delivery quality indicators such as timeliness, turnaround time, accuracy, thoroughness, accessibility. Right? Efficiency, how efficient that we do the work within a given time period. Right? 80% of the 100 houses built by March 2020. I want you to listen to this indicator. Right? If we want to say we build houses as output, number of built houses, or you can say 80% of the envisaged houses, let's say 100 houses, built or completed by March 2020. What did I do now? I have said we will perhaps only be in a position to build 80% of the efficient houses by a certain time period. And you see, that's efficiency. You link a timeline to it. Okay? You link a timeline to it. Efficacy indicators demonstrate how well the results at one level of project implementation have been translated into the results at the next level. Right? The efficiency of inputs, effectiveness of outputs, and sustainability of a project impact. They measure a project's efficacy in achieving its objectives rather than its results. Right? That we manage to get to the results what we want, that is efficacy. That the project produced the intended results. That's on outcome level, all right? Because on outcome level, we talk about the results. A quick word on proxy indicators. A quick word on proxy indicators. It is sometimes very difficult to measure something precisely or directly. Then we can, when we use a proxy indicator. You know what is a proxy? What is a proxy? What is a proxy indicator? Or a proxy? What does proxy mean? Not accurate, not specific, or not
A stand-in replacement. A stand-in or a replacement.
Yeah, but actually more of it. You cannot measure it specifically. Be with me. That's the word I'm looking for. Then you use an proxy indicator. Remember, we use proxy comes. What the proxy is the original word that stems, which is approximately. Be with me. Approximately means it's an estimation. An estimation. In your study guide, I'm giving an example there for, sorry, can I just borrow this for that? In the study guide, we say caution should be exercised in using proxy indicators because there has to be an assumption that the proxy indicator is giving at least approximate evidence on performance. For example, income generation. The number of households buying new furniture could be used as a proxy indicator to assess increased household expenditure. Let's say you want to measure household expenditure, but it's very difficult to measure household expenditure because it consists of a range of items, right? Now, instead of listing that items and give it to the person to complete, you can have a proxy indicator where you ask them how much do they spend, for example, on furniture or on groceries. You with me? That is a proxy of their total spending, income spending, and they make projections in terms of their total income. Good examples of proxy indicator of income or household spending is to ask yourself the question, where does most households' money go into? What are they spending their money on, right? And I think you would agree with me, it's perhaps on their bond, right? On groceries. Groceries is damn expensive, right? Perhaps on a vehicle. What about your rates and taxes? Right? Electricity is very expensive. And now we go load shedding and it's still expensive. Because the cost per unit increases. So you can, for example, ask people how much do they spend on their electricity and groceries. Can you see? And only ask those questions, which is a proxy of total expenditure. And you see that's proxy indicators. Okay. And then opinion-based indicators, I think I'll touch on that as well. Opinion-based indicators is where you ask people's opinion about a specific issue. How should the house look like which the government is intended to build, according to your opinion? How should the houses look like? Which is your opinion? Okay, I think I must give you a short relief break. Because there's certain exercise you also have to do, but I first want to complete this part, and then I'm going to put you into an exercise, right? Can we break? It's now 10:45. I'm going to give you a 10-minute comfort break, right? 42, and then for the city time. As I continue after 10 o'clock, or you want to break now?
No.
Can we go at 10? Yeah. All right, thank you. Let's move on. How do we develop indicators? If we look at the criteria, and if we look at the kind of indicators, I've touched on only a few of them. There are many more, right? Many more. What is the guide for selecting indicators? Number one, once again, you've heard it more than once, develop a participatory process. You cannot sit on your own and develop indicators. You cannot sit and develop and analyze the problem. You cannot sit on your own and do it and rock frame. Therefore, you cannot sit and develop a rock frame matrix. So you can involve people which are quite clued up, especially with planning, because in your planning documents, you put down indicators, isn't it so? Your annual performance plan, full of indicators, right? Per financial program. Right? So the same rules apply when you put indicators to your planning, or to your priorities. You also apply the same principles in terms of selecting indicators. Develop a participatory process. You cannot do it alone. You have to involve the people in your organization. And also from your stakeholders' environment. Clarify once again the result statement. Have a look at the result statement. That means your impact and your outcomes and your impact. Identify the possible indicators for each element. Right? Those 6 elements: inputs, activities, outputs, outcomes, impact. Right? Remember, you can also divide the outcomes into short-term and intermediate-term outcomes, right? Which I didn't discuss in full with you. But it's not necessarily to have that, but it's good to have it. Because the short-term outcome is just, what will be the immediate result if this will happen. Right? But nevertheless, let's talk about outcomes. Identify possible indicators for each level. Assess each possible indicator. Assess. Now, that's an important part. Because everybody has got his or her own ideas about indicators. I know I was involved with workshops, and then managers talk about how they want this organization to be measured. And they give you a long list, and they will come up with indicators. At the end, I've seen annual performance plans that looks like more or less like Bibles, full of indicators, which is at all not feasible on a strategic level. You cannot measure every detail of an organization on a strategic level. Now, the same count for your M&E. You cannot measure each and every little detail in your logical framework. go through an exercise where you identify them by means of a brainstorming exercises with your participatory group. And you list them for each level, so to speak. But it doesn't mean you have to include them. Then you have to assess them. Now, Treasury in 2012 has provided a guideline in terms of this, how to select performance indicators. They call it the handbook for performance indicators. You can access that on the Treasury website. It's also in the study guide. You can have a look at it. I can't remember now the exact name, but it's a handbook on well, I will try to look it up. They said that it works like a funnel process. You know how a funnel works, right? That you will have the indicators and you go through a process where you sift them. Can you see? You know how the funnel method works, right? Can you see? Like that, right? The funnel method. Oil in a pot and you want to put it in a bottle, you use that funnel, isn't it so? Otherwise it's going to spill over. So this was the possible indicators, and then you follow a funnel method. Right? That means you're going to sift them. How do you sift them? By having a technique such as experts or participants that will score each indicator on a system, right? Score them. That 1 to 5. You score. 5 people score the same indicator. And then we look at the scores of those indicators. Those who have given them 4 or 5 for an indicator, you can perhaps include that. But it's a very interesting method that you use. There's the Delphi technique also that can be used. Many other techniques. There is a technique, they call it interreliability technique, where the people are sitting around the table or they can do it at home on their computer, where you send it to them and say, write these indicators for me, do with me. And it's been sent back, you get all the information, see how many people that say a 1 or a 2 or a 3 for that indicator. It's a simple techniques that you can use to rate the indicator. That's the point. Because the rating process will provide you with an indication how to narrow it down, how to sift it. Okay. Because you can include only a portion of the indicators that you envisage that you will measure. Why? Why do I say you can only measure a few indicators? And Treasury says it as well. Rather select a few, and Newton and many other authors will say, rather select a few good, well-defined, specific indicators and try to measure everything. Why do they say that? Do you think? Why would they say that? Those of you who are involved with quarterly reports will perhaps give me the answer, or annual reports. Why do you think it is you have to make a selection of indicators and not a wish list of what you want to measure? Why do you think that's the case? What will happen if the indicator is being put down? What must happen thereafter? Does it stay? It must be measured. And you will see we will get later on today, we will get you data collection methods. then you will see how difficult it becomes. If you put down an indicator, you must measure it, and you must have a system to measure it. Or if you want to measure people's levels of satisfaction of the houses that they live in after they were built, you will have to go into field work and conduct interviews. Then you see the practical implication. So there are practical implications because you don't put the indicator down for the sake of having an indicator. That indicator must be measured. Remember, we were moving towards results. In the measurement of the indicator, the results of the indicator that you measure provide you with an indication of two things. Number one, in monetary terms, are we on track? And for evaluation, do we produce results? Are we in the process of producing results? Or did we produce the results? Those indicators must tell us that. That's the only thing that we could have to tell us that. The only technique. There's no other technique. It's the measuring. It's your indicators. So you have to assess them, and then you select them, the best possible ones. And then you draft what they call an indicator protocol. I've given you an example in the study guide of an indicator protocol, which I've drawn from the planning process. You remember where you have to indicate the protocol. What is the indicator name? What type of indicator is it? When are you going to measure it? Is it on a quarterly basis or an annual basis? Continuous basis, right? What is your source of data? Right? That's all comes from part of your indicator protocol. We call it an indicator protocol. In planning terms, they call it a technical indicator description. Technical indicator description. Right? Where did I give you your study guide back? Sorry. Let me just see if I've got it. Yeah, here it is. On page 55 of your study guide, table 3. That is an example of an indicator description. Short definition, the purpose or the importance. Why did you put that indicator down? Right. Source, the collection of data. Right. Method of calculation, data limitations, type of indicator, calculation type, reporting cycle, is the new indicator, desired performance, what will the indicator, what kind of results will the indicator provide, which tells you something about the performance of the project. Who is responsible for the indicator and what means of verification are we going to use? Can you see that's what we call an indicator protocol, right? An indicator protocol. Right. Lastly, you refine the indicators and the protocol. Lastly, you can go and refine them. You look at them holistically, each one of them, sit back and say, let me go through it. Does it really going to measure the output? Will the indicator really measure its outcomes? Okay? You don't need to have an indicator for each activity. I've seen it. People have got a list of activities in a cleaning project. Then for each activity, they put down an indicator. No, you don't need to have that. You can group the activities and formulate one indicator. Right? As long as it speaks to those activities. Right, let me give you 10 o'clock, let me give you a conference break. 15 minutes. 15 minutes, conference break. Thank you. You see, the point is it's about focusing on your topic. Remember, the energy capacity, okay, this is not the topic, but I need to talk about capacity related topics. Can be a wide range of things, from people to vehicles, to equipment, to whatever. Now, roads, it's a broad category of things that you require. If you're sitting at home, you think about what you require to work at home. You think about when you go to eat, what do you require to eat at home? You need the table, you need chairs, you need utensils, you need the board, what do you call it, the plate, what can you see what trying to get at? Those are the things. Right. Right, let's move on. Okay. Just to round off this part of the discussion of the indicators, in your study guide, paragraph 3.4.1, that's just above the paragraph types of indicators, what we have discussed now. I've touched on some of the main types of indicators that you can include in your MME project or in your log frame matrix. The type of indicator. Suzette and Chris talk about the cream of a good performance indicator. The heading there, cream in inverted commas. Can you see that? Right. It stands for clear, relevant, economic, adequate, and monitorable. It should be clear. You need to say precise and ambiguous. It must therefore be specific. I call it specific. It must talk to the output. Right? Now forget about that slide here. Right? Just take it away, otherwise it's very good. It's distracted now. It must be clear. And it must be, that means it must be precise. It must talk to the output, specifically to the output or the outcome or the input, whatever element you're going to measure. It must be precise and unambiguous. Relevant. It must be appropriate to the subject at hand. It must be appropriate. It must be economic. It must be available at a reasonable cost. Meaning to say the information on that indicator, which you are going to collect the information from, must be cost effective. We will get to data collection methods later on. And then hopefully you will understand this part much better. So I will indicate to you the implications of an indicator that you put down. How you measure it. There's cost implications. Adequate. Provide a sufficient basis to assess performance. It must tell you something about the performance of that activity, the performance of the output, the performance of the outcome, right? A performance of the budget well spent, economic indicator. Right? And it must be monitorable, amenable to independent validation. Monitorable, amenable to independent validation. If one of these 5 criteria are not met, these authors are saying performance indicators will suffer and be less useful. Will suffer and be less useful. So you have to test your indicators against these clean criteria as well. Right? Okay. Monitorable, amenable to independent validation. In that column which I've shown to you an example of a log frame matrix, there is a column called means of verification. Means of verification. What does that mean, do you think? Why is that column included? Why is means of verification included? Portfolio of evidence. Portfolio of evidence. What? I'm coming back to you. Right? Evidence. What about evidence? Yeah. For evidence, yes. For evidence. Portfolio of evidence, he says. Evidence. What else? Right? Means of verification. Means of verification. What do you do if you verify? What do we mean by verify? If I say in everyday life, we have to verify. What do we mean by that? Verify, take it as it stands. Is that what it means? Verify. Verify.
Confirm that it did actually take place.
Confirm that it indeed actually takes place. What else? Aye. That evidence is correct. Right. That evidence is correct. Right. Is it true that you have set in your performance of the indicator, if your indicator says 100 houses to be completed by March 2020, and you put down 100 houses in your performance when you measure the indicators, and you put down you have completed 100 houses, is it true that 100 houses was completed? What means of verification are you going to use to verify that indeed 100 houses was built? What processes would you have in place, or systems would you have in place to verify that that 100 houses was indeed being built? Is it a system on Excel in your office? Where will that, but can you see, you must have some kind of portfolio of evidence, which means not only evidence, proof of evidence. That's important. Proof of evidence. Like standing in a court of law where they argue about the murder case, then it is about who committed that murder, that person. How do we know it is that person that committed the murder? It doesn't mean if that person was arrested, he will be committed for murder. Can you see that? How do we know it is that person? That's the argument in the court. What is the evidence that you produce in court to link that to a specific person that's been accused of murder? What evidence are you going to put in front of the court? That's how you have to think in similar terms when you jot down your performance information, when you're going to start measuring your performance information. Because an indicator, as I've said, is a measurement tool. So how do we know that what we put down is indeed correct? Now, who is verifying information? Who is verifying information? Whether in the private sector or in the government sector, who is verifying information? Who are the bodies that will verify information? Auditor General, number one. Auditor General, number one. What will the Auditor General do to verify the information, do you think? What will they ask you? Source documents, right? Source documents. Where was it put on the source? What source did you use to come to the conclusion that 100 houses was built? It's not enough to say, I will take you to my Excel spreadsheet and show you, here in this area was 10 built, in that little village was 20 built, in that area was 10 built. That's not enough for them, for verification. So what do you think they will do if that is not enough? What do you think they will, what do you think they're going to do? What do you think they will do? The auditors. If they say that's not enough evidence, breach of verification for us. They will, they will physically go and what we call site visits. They will then go and see, you say in New Brighton, you have built 30 houses in zone 6 or in Motherwell, right? 10 houses there was built by human settlement, completed. Now take me to Motherwell. Show me those 30 houses that was built. Can you see? Site visits. Physical evidence. Means of verification, which means that from the bottom up, you must have a source that will feed into your, where you are in your department, or whether it is London or Bishu or Port Elizabeth. Can you see that? A system that will feed that information. Right? Proof of evidence. A contractor that signed off that the house was built. Can you see that's evidence? Right? We must think very practical about this. Especially if you are busy with projects and it's quite spread out. Where they will go and visit those areas. They will draw a sample. They will draw a sample of the areas and they will go to that sample of areas and go and visit. What do you think will happen if they say, you say 30 according to your documents which you received and you put down your performance on the indicator? What do you think will happen if the auditor said, I did not find in Motherwell 30 houses, we found only 20. What do you think will happen? Huh? Limitation of scope. Yeah, limitation of scope. Limitation of scope. Right. Limitation of scope. So the auditors will then confront your management and say, listen, what you have put down is not true. Can you see? Limitation of scope. What do you think will happen if they, at the end, audit that information and it does not live up to what you put down? What do we call that in auditing terms? Raise a finding, a qualifying audit. Can you see? Qualifying audit. You know what does a qualifying audit means? Tell them. What is a qualifying audit? Tell them.
Well, actually what you say it's not true, and the outcomes, we actually did not finish the project process.
Yeah. The expected results does not match, or the actual results does not meet the expected results. Or it's not a true reflection. Your result is not a true reflection of what actually happened. Then you get a qualified audit report. Right? Which means that the whole project can be cast in doubt. That's the implication. The whole project is cast in doubt. You think you have had the results on outcome level, but now the Auditor General say, no. These results that you claim on outcome level is not true. Can you see the implications? Right. So your means of verification, what source are you using? And we will get more into it when we speak about data collection on the indicator, right? But it's important now that when you put down an indicator, you must already start thinking of the data collection, which will be excellent, and you must think about your means of verification. How do you verify that this information is reliable and correct? Reliable and correct. Okay. That is the means of verification that we talk about. So therefore, you indicated that CREAM principles help you in that process, assist you with that process. Another practical point is, which I want to ask you, must we include an indicator if you don't have any sources to measure it, or you don't have any information on that indicator yet? Right? That brings me to the point, don't answer me, I'm asking you, because now we're going into the point on the next step, where we're looking at step 4, establish baseline data for that indicator. Establish baseline data for that indicator. A baseline, and if you look at that block frame matrix, that example, in section 3, you will see there's a column called baseline, isn't it? Right? Can you see that? If you go back to that example, section 3, there's a column called baseline. Right? Can you all see it? No? Right. Are you all with me? Baseline. What does it mean? It's the first measurement of the indicator. Look at it, it's the first measurement of the indicator. Already. Baseline. It provides a basis against which future changes or improvements will be compared. Meaning to say, what the past results tell me about this indicator? Can you see? Because the past results will provide you with the indication of future results. What should be, and I'm getting now to that, let me just finish off. A baseline provides data at the beginning or just prior to the monitoring period. The baseline is used as a starting point or guide by which to monitor the future performance. And if we talk about future performance, we jump immediately to step 5, what we call results targets. Results targets. Right? Targets express a specific level of performance that the institution, program, or individual is aiming to achieve within a given time period. Future. So, the baseline tells us about the past performance. The target tells us where are we going? What do we want to measure in future for the next financial year in terms of the project? If we've got baseline data, which says that in 2018, 2019, 10 houses was built, then the question will be, what would be the target for 2020, 2021? Can you see that? Your baseline provides you with an estimation of, or tell you what was currently done about the project, what was the number of houses built. To keep now, to use a simple example once again, but I want to illustrate the point. So we use that as a baseline to project the future of that indicator. If it says 10 houses was built in the previous financial year in Motherwell, what should your target be for the next financial year? And that's where the SMART criteria comes in terms of selecting a target. It's so-called, and you know it already, SMART. Right? Specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, time-bound. I want to focus on achievable. The target is realistically given, is realistically provided, given existing capacity. Look there. I want you to look at that one. It's very important. Which means you cannot set now an idealistic target. If 10 houses was built in the previous financial year, can you build now for the next financial year 50 houses? You see, that's the point. The politicians want you perhaps to build 50 houses. But that's when you have to tell them it's not possible. Because they are going to stand with red faces in the provincial legislature or wherever. It's not achievable because past performance tells us it's not achievable. Can you see? So now you have to determine in terms of past performance and given your current funds available and given your capacity available, how many houses can we build is achievable for the next financial year. And this is where a lot of people, a lot of documents are making a mistake because they are very idealistic, M&E, right? This is where we will stand with the project. Okay? This is how many school kids will be fed. This is how many kids will attend better schooling because they are getting fed better, and you see outcomes. Now we are so overachievable, we want to be so achievable that we actually are spinning ourselves into a cock, which will going to eat you up. You know, if you cut biltong, it makes like this. If 10 houses was achievable and you're going to get the same amount of money with the same capacity, then the question will be how many houses can I build in the next financial year? It may be that you say, because that's where efficiency comes in. Remember, efficiency indicator is the input-output ratios. That you can say, you know what, can't we build 12 houses now with the same capacity and the same funds? Can you see that's it? Economy and efficiency. That's the debate. If you say yes through a consultation process, it is achievable, then you can put down 12 houses. But can you see it's not 30 houses? People will argue. The politicians will argue against it. They say, no. What was I tell Parliament? We built only 2 more. But that's all that you can really do given the current funds. And there will be no funds, Mr. Minister, right? You can go and ask for funds, but you will be turned back. That's a target. That's a target. It must be achievable. Now what the statisticians are saying is that they say, listen, the more baseline information you can get, the more accurately you can set a target. So what they're saying is, if you can have 3 years baseline information on that indicator, you can calculate the average of those 3 years, which is much more accurate calculation, right? Much more accurate. And then based on that average number of houses built over a 3-year period, you can then set your target. Can you see? It will be more exact target. So the more baseline information you have, the more accurate you can set your target. Yes.
So in the case of new indicators whereby you don't have a baseline.
Exactly, that's where I want to go.
Your targets are not realistic. Your targets probably they're not achievable.
Yes.
Because it's a really hard one. And in terms of budgeting, you are assuming that we will use 1 million for this project because you don't have an existing.
You don't have anything to work from. Yeah, you're going to start off.
Hence we have these amendments.
Performance. No. It's a very good question. I want to go there. There are 2 ways of approaching it. Normally. Or let me ask you, let me not give all the answers. She is saying, or try to give all the answers, she says, what happens in the case of the new indicator? Where there is nothing, there's no information, there's no baseline data to set a target, but they expect you to set a target. I'm talking M&E now, not planning, M&E. Right? For that output, for your rock frame matrix, there must be a target, right? Preferably a baseline. But what if there is not a baseline, but we have to start measuring the project? What now? Who can tell me? Who can tell me?
Now, isn't there where the previous research on that particular indicator would come in? For example, if you talk about hair institution in the municipality, they would probably use a similar municipality like theirs to say what has happened in there, given similar circumstances, and then be able to say, we compare ourselves with that municipality, we do all the measurements, then we can be able to say, based on what Mzimvubu, for example, has done in the past, similar, we can be able to do then that could be their baseline because they've measured themselves against an existing indicator which has actually delivered on that particular indicator.
No, good point. Good point, mate. He says that you can use, let's say, in a municipality case, use a similar municipality which perhaps have already got baseline information on that indicator. We'll start measuring the indicator and use that as a kind of a basis. Remember, in practice, now you sit and you have to put down a target. Now, I mean, it's actually a thumb-sucking exercise. That's what I'm trying to say. It's a thumb-sucking exercise because you must now provide some kind of an estimation. Some kind of an estimation. One way of doing it, as what he says, is to try to find baseline data from other municipalities, but not other municipalities. Similar kind of municipalities. Municipalities different, different sizes, all of that, you know it. Yes. You don't have to tell me that. So similar kind of a municipality, are you with me? Yes. Can you compare Inkovo with Kokumavo? Can you see what I'm trying to get at? Can you do that? I say no. because they're totally different, right? But similar kind of municipalities, which perhaps have got information. And then you can use that as basis, and you explain it by means of a footnote. I do like footnotes. Footnote saves you. Put down a footnote and say, due to the fact that new indicator baseline data were obtained from a similar municipality, and you name the municipality, you start to measure it, and that was what they provided you with. Can you see? Okay. That's one thing, measure. The other method is simply to say, we are going to use what we call, what was the one indicator that I said you can use if you can't use a proxy indicator, right? Is to say, a footnote, you can put down a target or it tells the indicator and the target. You can put it down and say, these are a proxy indicator due to absence of baseline data. They will have to accept it. Why do you do that? Look what you are doing. I want you to look what you say you are doing. You are busy motivating yourself why you do what you do, and you base it on science. Can you see that? M&E principles. Nobody can tackle you. You with me? Nobody. They must have an alternative scientific principle to replace what you are saying. Can you see? The point here is you have to motivate what you put down based on textbook, based on theory. In a classroom, so I have to talk about theory, and I have to talk about literature, right? Unfortunately, I know you don't like it. Because I was also a student. Even late in my life, when I did courses, they said, go to the library. Then I said to myself, I'd rather have a whiskey, right? Before I go to the library. That was still the days before the internet and Google were. Then they chased us to the library. But in any case, so you can have a proxy indicator, proxy target. Thirdly, is to say, listen, I'm not going to make this indicator visible now on paper. I'm going to keep it in-house for year one, and I'm going to build baseline data in-house for the indicator. Then in year two, I'm going to make the indicator visible. Remember, the moment that you document something, it's visible. Remember, all documents that's been approved by departments must be put up onto websites, right? M&E, DPME has got the DPME resource website where they put up all the M&E projects, right? Okay. So it becomes visible. So it is open for public scrutiny. That's why it's so important that you motivate yourself and motivate yourself well, so that you don't open yourself up for scrutiny, right? Now, that is another method, is to say I'm keeping up. But in the majority of instances, I must be honest with you, you are actually obliged or forced to put that indicator in, because you are in dire straits and you have to start measuring, and you don't have an alternative indicator. Then I would follow one of these two options, what these gentlemen suggest, either proxy or a similar kind of baseline data. But if possible, for me, the more correct procedure will be to keep the indicator in-house, start building your own database for year one, and then include for year two. Does it make sense? All right, so that is the process of the matrix part of the log frame. The matrix part consists of the indicator, the baseline, the target, means of verification. That completes the log frame matrix part. Right? And in the study guide textbook, there is more flesh provided, more meat provided, all right, in terms of that. I want you now let's go into an exercise here. I just want to read to you, just notice it now, just for interest's sake, in terms of baseline data. On page, I don't know what is your page, but step 4, establish baseline data, 345, right? By page step 56, thank you. And we will answer, we will get to this in after you've done an exercise. We will go into data collection methods, but already now, Kusek and Riss warns us that already when setting baseline, looking at baseline data, and you can say for targets, it includes the target part as well, they say these questions, there are questions that you can ask. What are the sources of data? What are the data collection methods? Who will collect the data? How often will it be collected? What is the cost to collect it? Who will analyze it? Who will report it? Who will use it? Keep these questions in mind, because we are going to discuss this when we discuss data collection methods. Right? Keep these 8 questions in mind. Who will do what? When? How often? What is the cost implications to measure the indicator? Because I want to say, if you start measuring the indicator, there's cost implications. So that's why one must be careful what you draw down as an indicator. Because you have to ask yourself, what will be the cost in measuring this indicator? We'll get to that when we get to data collection methods. But now, I'm going to let you work for a change. Okay? I'm going to let you work. Divide yourselves into the groups quickly, like in yesterday. Divide yourselves into groups. I don't know, there's something wrong with this airport. And they can't, the whole building, airport, I don't know what's going on, but there is something wrong. It's not giving you that. I'm putting it, look there, to 16. But then it jumps gradually to 25, you with me? It doesn't stay on 16, there's something wrong. They can't, the whole building is affected. So let me just for a minute try to keep it on 16 to see if we can't pull off. Divide yourselves into the groups of yesterday, quickly, before we discuss the exercise. do is in the workbook. You've got the workbook, but then you put it up. These two exercises, I'm going to combine it. The activities, I'm going to combine it. I want you simply, purely, because somebody in the group will have some kind of a work-related topic. You with me? Okay? You decide on the topic in your group that which somebody brought forward from the work environment, and you're going to focus only on the following. We're going back now. I want you to answer the question, what is the problem? Right? Only that one, that part, okay? Not the others, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5, you don't have to do. Just say in a nutshell, discuss what is the problem about that issue, all right? Are you with me? What is the problem? That's all. Then you move, formulate one outcome statement, right? What would be the outcome statement in terms of that, right? What would be the outcome? That means what would be the outcome and the impact? What do you think it should be, right? Remember, it's where we are to where we want to be. Then develop a quick logical framework for that, okay? Now you don't have to go into technical detail, all right? I just want to see broadly how you will, what will be the inputs, well, what will be the activities, but one or two, you with me? One or two inputs, one or two activities, one output, one outcome. Can you see what I'm trying to get at? Right? And try to make linkages between them. So don't go into a full-blown exercise where you are sweating yourself to death. Right? Okay. Logical, and then select one indicator for me for an input, one for an activity, one for an output. Right? Take one, only one. Right? And I hypothetically put down a baseline and a target. Can you see? It's a hypothetical exercise, practical exercise. Okay. Right, there you go. There you go. And you've got now, it's 11 o'clock. I'm going to give you an half an hour to do this exercise. What is the problem? That's all. Don't go into causes and consequences, right? Just what do you think is the problem about that issue? The outcome statement, where you want to be, logical framework, indicator, baseline, and target.
Okay. I think again we should approach those who are working again we should that they are familiar and know what planning out was the working class.
Presentation. And I think what we did this is long and that because we wrote housing. Okay.
host has left the conference. The conference is about to end. Your call will be disconnected.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Right. Okay. I want to give feedback. And then we discuss the feedback, and I'm definitely going to make some comments on your feedback. Right. For this learning part. Can you see now that you start practicing it, right? You get the feeling, start getting the feeling. And also the complexity of the process. It's not so easy, right? Not so easy. Okay. The examples that I've given sounds easy, but that's purely to illustrate the point. Okay. But in real life, those answers which I'm giving you through my example comes from research, comes from theories, comes from a lot of other documents, right? Okay. So, okay, what do I want you to do? Is the following. Is that you read that? Better you are quite sort it out. Okay, now. Okay. What I want you to do is the following. You appointed now another spokesperson, not the same as yesterday. Point number one. Point number two. The spokesperson will stand up and say to the rest of the class, what is your topic, all right? So that they can keep their mind straight to the topic, and then you continue. And you answer those questions. Okay. Do I have everybody's attention after this? Please, don't talk to you. That we can give the respect to the other person and listen to what he or she has to say. Thank you very much. Can I start? Let me start. Who started with this? I started again. We started again. But it can't be you. No, it's not. It's she. Okay. The floor is yours. Thank you, man. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Just listen to word, please. I want you to speak up loud, clear, make your point. All right? Thank you.
Okay, our group focused on TB.
Oh,
TB.
TV. Okay. Don't look at me, look at the group.
Oh, okay. Okay, what is the problem? The problem is high mortality rate due to TB. And then, number two, we formulate the outcome statement. So our outcome statement was to reduce mortality rate as a result of TB. So number three, to develop a approach and logical framework. So the input was finance, which is finance the budget, and then the people and the facility. And then for activity, we have awareness campaigns and screening. And then our output was a health conscious community regarding TB. And then our indicator, we used a quantitative indicator, which is the number of awareness campaigns conducted. And then our baseline was one awareness campaign was conducted in 2016 and 2017. And then our target is to conduct 4 campaigns, four campaigns and 1 quarterly in a financial year.
One per
quarter.
Oh, 1 per quarter.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Who else? Comments? We must have comments. Nothing, no comments. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let's move to the next. Can you see the session, please? Can you just speak a little bit louder?
The university has ample allocation of information. That is our problem. The outcome that we wish to see is for the university allocation to university students that is close. The outcome for that will be funding and professionals for that was good information. Our outcome for that will be really good groups for students. And the overall impact that we like to achieve is outcome will be just availability of groups. The baseline we set was 3,000 students. Our target will be 5,000 students. Should I do this?
The what?
Indicators.
Yeah, you got one.
Yes, the indicator will be the number of students then means of verification as well. We say that we want to do this means for trend or see the number, check the number of registered students that have. And our basic assumptions would be that funding is in place and that content is our external factors would be
your assumption?
our assumption would be that funding is in place.
sufficient funding. I want this group to listen to her, right? Because she mentioned stuff which you did not include in your stuff, right? Did you listen to what she was saying? Why did you? No, please keep for them speaking out. I don't want you to speak. I want you to listen because this is an exercise. Okay? Especially for your political society. What did they include when you did not include on your exercise? And what else? External factors. Important. Thank you. That group at the back.
Not awarding tenders within 56 days as prescribed by the national treasury.
Let's read again.
Not awarding tenders within 56 days as prescribed by the national treasury. That's all for me. Now, if you look at the outcome statement, which is to put measures or systems in place that will ensure that tenders are awarded within prescribed period. Then we develop inputs. Now, other inputs, funding, personnel, time, and skills. And then other activities related to implement, employment, advertising of materials, and workshops. Capacitate. Then the outputs awarded channels and the outcomes the specified number of channels awarded within the prescribed period. And then the impact, the budget for the whole award of prescribed useful. And then the indicator baseline that we had was 8% for awarded, but then target was to increase to 80%.
I just want to ask you, Ben, just read your topic in your outcome statement. Topic in your outcome statement.
Not the problem is not awarding tenders.
The topic.
Awarding.
Awarding, okay. Okay, and the problem?
Not awarding tenders.
All right, and your outcome statement?
Measures or systems in place that will ensure that are awarded in this time.
Put the measures in place.
Put
Measures in place. System.
Measures.
Okay. Right. Okay, any comments? Yes. Is it the outcome statement? That's what you're asking. He's asking, is that really an outcome statement? That is what he's asking. No, honestly, is that an outcome statement? I'm not asking. Just read to the outcome statement again. People go, I'm not going to stay in the game. Hey, please, don't go. Okay? Goodness me.
outcome statement, good measures, in place to ensure that our improvements like
Sounds like an activity.
Can I just hear from you? What was your comment?
I'm saying the outcome sounds like an activity.
The outcome for her sounds like an activity. Right? Can I hear you for your comment? What she's asking is, she does not hear the result part. Am I correct? She's missing the result. What is the result? Okay, on the outcome statement. I'm not asking you that. They're asking you. I'm just verbally saying it to the group. Right? That's what they ask you. Yes.
I think it sounds like an activity because it says measure. If the measure is for the measure and the system so then you would then remove the measure.
It seems to me this is the general feeling I pick up now from your comments from the group. Okay. Remember, people, we learn. Okay? We learn. And I'm glad to mention this. It's not right and wrong. Okay? Nobody's going to be penalized here. But I want you to learn. That's what I'm saying, giving you this exercise. So let's see. What do we want to correct? Because they all say it sounds like an activity, and she says missing outcomes about the results. Right? She's missing the result. So what are we saying, and what do we want to suggest to the group? Okay.
Yes, sir. Okay, before they make a installation, we have two outcome statements. The one that we get read, the one that we have to do. The first one was that like our tenders within the specified period, which is the our tenders within 56 days.
As an outcome statement. But is that the result? You see that now before. Award winners within 56 days. Are we not moving again on activity output level? Huh? I'm asking. Yes. What do you want to say? What's your point?
I'm saying that
No. You're entitled to speak. Not about wrong or whatever now. That is how you're experiencing it. And you can give it to the group and say, this is what the first, right? And you are a bit uncomfortable with that. That's what you're saying. That's fine. 100%. No problem. Yes, sir. The topic or the problem? The impact. What is the impact? effectively.
So we have improved from 70%.
Okay. Yeah. You see, yeah, I think, yeah. I hear what you say. But what I think the group is really, and tell me if I'm wrong, because I'm speaking to your behalf now, so I'm rude to help me correctly, is that what they pick up is to say, okay, you focus actually on the improvement in tenders awarded and budget awarded and tenders being awarded, right? Instead of asking the question, but what is the result? What is the net effect if that is going to happen? Can you see? That is our cost. Remember, it's the result. The result is, so what if that is going to happen on output level? What is the result? Ultimately, what will it change? What will the tender processes change if you improve? Can you see? Okay, that's what am I correct? Am I correct? What I'm are you with me? I'm looking. I think we're looking for a higher level result thing. What will be the results if there is an improvement? That is what we're trying to suggest.
We discussed the fact that once the channels are awarded to
yeah, just speak a little bit louder.
once the channels are awarded to this time, then it will improve.
Okay, but they shouldn't do the outcome statement in terms of the formula, in terms of service delivery. Wouldn't that be the results more towards the results? Okay. In terms of improvement in service delivery. Can you get what I'm trying to say? Okay. Improvement in service delivery. You don't stick to the output part and use the same output wording for the outcomes. Are you with me? You use a different wording, a higher level of wording. What will happen? Can you see this is the question that you have to ask? I don't know how many of you didn't ask these questions. If this, then that, in your exercise, right? If this would happen, what then? So if service delivery is improved, what will be the change? Can you see? So I'm asking, what is your impact? What will be the change if service delivery is improved? Living conditions, all right? Living conditions, improvement of living conditions. Maybe a possibility. Have you got other ideas? Please speak up. Improve. Increase, improve infrastructure. That is more or less what I want to hear. For the group, not me, the group. Am I correct? Thank you. Thank you for this. Thank you for that. But I will comment on something because there's a general thing which I pick up, which I have to comment on. Okay? I get picked up all the time. Service delivery, tenders awarded, and TV and all of that. But I will make a comment on that later. We should still be dancing on the floor. You. I'm asking you now. No? Don't tell me. Who's the spokesperson? Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, thank you. Just listen to him. Give him a chance. Thank you. Loud and clear. Thank you. Your topic and then move on.
Good morning, guys. Our topic was process
The topic. Okay. Okay. Speak to the group, not to me. Please send it to the group, please.
On outcome statement, the outcome the more capacitated workers. Then coming from the inputs, incentives for parties then activity, inspection, management. All those, in the workplace. Output of the municipality in the society is not satisfied staff that is important. Our outcome, so to say, more intake is going to be positive or improve safety. Our indicators. Our indicators can measure the attitudes around the workplace. Can measure employees' attitudes around our survey. The baseline information is that of attendance registers. Check how many people this is coming from the assumptions of if we give our employees incentives, those who want to take the company. That factors for observing in the workplace like the unexpected strikes. In our society, there's usually unexpected strikes or those strikes and protests around.
Okay, I want to answer two questions, but I think I want to and you just move back a little bit. The reason why I'm saying that is you speak only to this part of the group, but don't speak people there. We didn't involve them, and they didn't hear what you say was saying. So stand there and read to us again. Thank you. Thank you.
Our topic was about what's the from the the problem that we outlined was that of absenteeism in the workplace. And formulating the outcomes statement, our outcome would be more capacity and more productive workforce. Coming from the inputs of incentive schemes, activities such as training the workforce and skill development in the workforce. Our output would be more satisfied staff because now they are receiving incentive, they are bound outcomes, I would say, it's more capacitated and productive workforce, and the result is a reduced percentage in associated coming from the assumption that typically people in the municipality incentives, they are bound to come to work because they are benefiting something. And it's going to be the external factors as to why people are not coming to work it might be because of unexpected strikes in their society. Then we chose an indicator of quality indicator because we can measure their attitudes through surveys in the workplace. And quantity because we can also measure the percentage of absenteeism from information that we source from the register. Baseline information in the attendance register to measure how often people are not coming to their work all those specified days. Then our target is to measure regular activity because we can achieve combine the program that we have with those inputs of our.
Thank you. Just standing. Okay, any comments from your side? There should be. Come, speak up. Speak up. Come, speak up. I know you want to say something there in the back. I can just see it. But you're afraid to ask, or are you not sure what you want to ask? But speak. No, say what you want to say.
Just want to know why not to consent to this because there's a related to our why consent
A good question from her side is why we bring that incentive part in the whole process, right? That's what she's asking. Another question, quickly, come, I want to hear the question. You want to know what is the understanding, what is the output again. All right. Let me first answer her about the incentive. Oh, you mean?
If I may, since we say incentives in terms of what in terms of money that we get, everyone providing more and that's
But what would be the assumption about that one? What would be the assumption what he's saying now? Interesting to remark. I'm glad you made it. What is the assumption? What about the money? It's money. Okay, but what about that? What is the assumption?
The assumption is like for you to get
That's not the assumption. Is that the assumption? No, it's not the assumption. What is the assumption?
Much of it didn't hear what he said, but the assumption would be a highly motivated workforce.
No, that's not the assumption. That's not the assumption. Remember, what is the assumption? Not what's being in place for the plan to be successful. That is an assumption, not what you want to achieve. What would be the end product? What is the assumption? Right? Okay? What is the assumption? Can I just give you a chance to I'll give you a chance. Before you respond, you say it. Thank you. Oh, can I get your attention, please? I say, money available as an assumption, right? That's an assumption that will be funds available. Point taken. Thank you for that one. You want to make a comment?
I was going to say that one and say, and the other assumption that the employees will like you, the incentives like you.
Yeah, well, I mean, what he was trying to say, now bringing it back to the discussion, but he was saying about, what was your remark? Yeah, highly motivated. Yeah, but remember, that's an assumption. It's not an assumption. The assumption is what needs to be in place. You with me? To get there. Okay. That's the point. What must be in place? Right. We build the road. The assumption is there will be enough trucks available all the time during the road on the road. Can you see that? Okay. That's an assumption. Contractors will be paid on time. Assumption. That is something that needs to happen, otherwise the project won't move forward. Yes. You want to comment? I'm going to give you a chance. Oh.
Management is actually
Yeah. 100%. 100%. Yeah. No point taken. Now can we give it a chance, please? Willingness of the employees to participate in what? It is mistake. Yeah. Are you asking me? They're asking the group. Ask the group. Now, when you comment for valid, it's a very valid comment that you might have. Did you hear what she was saying? Right? Okay. Very valid. You want to pause? You want to pause? Okay. Which group must still be? That's stand here. And you speak to the group. Okay. Okay, are you right? Okay, thank you very much. Listen to her, give her a fair chance, thank you. No, what's the topic?
The topic is youth unemployment. And the problem is high level of youth unemployment. The outcomes, we improve the level of unemployment. We want to use the EPWP program as well as the weighted water linkages to address the youth unemployment. Research the budget, the funds that are available to the activities, outputs, youth obtaining training, and outcomes in youth, impact, improve standard of living, assumptions, funds will be available of the renewals funding, external factors with the policy. Indicator research on our inputs, the percentage of budget that we will spend, that we allocated, and the activity is the number of people trained, output, number of people that we trained, and the outcome, the percentage of skilled group, and the impact, the percentage of skilled group. This plan is
Can I just hear again, what is your input in your output? Only budget. Your input. All right. And the output and the activities? And just count that I can't see. Recruiting with unemployment youth, yes, and what is that? Youth obtaining training. And what is the outcomes? Skilled youth, and the impact? Improve standard of living. I like that. Did you see the levels? The levels, now it escalates and where we want it to be, right? Okay? Okay, read to me the indicators again. For input, yeah.
The percentage of budget.
Percentage of budget allocated, yeah, and then?
The number of youth.
Number of youth employed for which? Is it the output or what? Activity.
The output, the number of
stop there. That's correct. That's correct. You say that number of youth employed as an activity and number of youth employed as an output. Is that correct? I'm asking. Now, okay, give me a suggestion, or to the group a suggestion. What did you say? What did you say? Come, don't say no, and then you keep quiet. Speak to me.
he said they were the same.
Yeah.
So they were actually counting how many people in this.
Okay, my question is not about that. My question is about the indicator itself, not the baseline target. I want to know, she said, that health activity indicator is number of youth employed, and the activity indicator of output is number of youth trained. Okay, I'm asking you, I'm talking about that. Is that, does it sound? What would you suggest?
Unemployed and then
But that's what she said.
no, she said it other way.
No, she says with the output, the activity number of youth employed, and the output number of youth trained. That's what she said. That's what she said. Okay? Right, so. No, that may be a possibility. No, I mean, I just want us to focus for a moment on this one. It's people to reach. Right? But my question is training an activity or an output? And you see, that's what I'm offering. Is it an output activity or an output? It's an activity, right? So your activity indicator must speak to the your indicator must speak to the activity. So technically the activity should be, right? Number of people trained, you with me, right? And the output would be people employed, number of people employed. Can you see the other way around? Right? But I do appreciate what we call the hierarchy, right? It is a beautiful hierarchy starting from the input to the activities. You can clearly distinguish between them, right? Okay? And then I know you said yeah because you're part of the group. They make the judgment call, right? Okay. No, I'm really joking, but that's what I want. I want you to feed them, to feed each other, right? With information. But thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for that. Okay. Now, the time left, a few minutes left before lunchtime. Let me just comment. Yes, you want to ask?
Yes.
Okay.
No,
no, fine.
I just want to ask you questions of activities, like percentages, activities. Is it wise to put percentages in activities? How are we going to measure that? Is it really wise to put percentages? Because, for instance, I just want to make an example of saying maybe 60% of whatever. We don't know what is 60% of building. We should really be more specific in terms of we at window level, we at, I don't know whether you're getting my point.
Yeah, you're afraid to say that I think it's more on an output level where you can ask perhaps or not ask to the indicator percentages. On activity, because activity is perhaps much more of a number game, right? Number game or a proxy game or whatever, right? Or more a direct kind of indicator if you look at the kind of indicators. You get what you're trying to say is quantity. Because activity is, what is an activity now, right? Activity means, what is activity? What we do. So that means implies perhaps things like numbers, you would think. Okay? Perhaps things like numbers. It depends on the activity. It depends on the activity, but what is your concern? I can't get behind your argument. Isn't your argument because there's a lot of activities and you measure the number of that activity?
Let's say, for instance,
let's give it a chance.
Let's say, for instance, you are working here, obviously, your indicator would be
to which level? Which level are you in charge? Let's start with indicator. Output indicator, activity, which indicator? Which level?
Activity.
Activity, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Now, remember, I want to understand this because I will just show you something. Something I just show you today. I just want to think about it. But what I want to say is that there's this, when you're doing a road, there's this road padding. Oh, in all those, remember those things, they are more technical. We don't understand that language, all of us. Yeah? Now, they will say 60% of road bedding done. How do you measure 60% of the road bedding? So we're arguing about being specific on the activities. Do you get my point?
My point is first you must identify those activities. What are those activities? Don't talk about the indicator. What exactly are those activities you're talking about? You with me? Mm-hmm. Are you talking about what? Gravel? You're talking about tar? You're talking about whatever. You with me? Right? Those that are being delivered and that they start building, right? I mean the road. I mean activity level is you start building the road, right? Okay. But it can involve a lot of things like, you know, tar and cement and whatever delivered on time, okay? On time, etc. Remember the output is a completed road. That's the output. Okay? A completed road. A completed road is not the outcome. It's the output. It's the product. So you want to know on the activities, you must first identify what exactly are those activities. Now, that's why I was saying that you can't do on your own, work this out. If it comes to that thing, you get in the project engineer or whatever, you're with me, to assist you in identifying some of those activities that the road will be used, you know, or which the road will be consisting of. Right? That's where you draw in experts, that's where you draw in a participatory process, which assists you in identifying that. That's what I'm trying to say. You can't sit and work it out on your own. There are specific technical issues, even with houses that you go. You need to go in an architect, for example, right? Or a civil engineer, okay, to help you to help you to determine some of the activities. Can you see that? It's a different thing when you talk about TV and you talk about an activity where you want to do awareness campaigns. Can you see that? It's a different topic. It's different specifications. Then you go in the skills of those people that know more about those. The same, you will see when we get to evaluation. Then you're going to ask me a lot of questions about that. Impact evaluation. It's very difficult to do impact evaluation. We will get to that. And you're going to ask me the same question about those impact evaluation. An economic evaluation. Who do you think you would draw in as part of the team to do an economic evaluation? Who? Who will you draw in? Huh? Who? Economist team. You will draw in chartered accountant, business owner. Can you see what I'm trying to get at? Okay. So it's about those people that's got the knowledge to understand that language that you will draw in. Okay? Okay. Now, let's just wrap up. My first comment, broadly, 2-3 comments which I want to make, is that your topic, and I didn't expect from you now, but it's very important for the time to come, especially with assignment. Because this is a building block. What we're doing in this class is a building block for the social course assignment, all right? Your topic must first of all be very specific. Very specific. You cannot say TV. With me. TV is in fact. Why not? It's too broad. You can't do a monetary evaluation project on TV in the whole of the Eastern Cape. You will never find the funds to do that. Never. Unless you get a big donor. Right? United States and the African Donor Association or whatever. Right? But you will never be able, or hardly be able to do that, because it asks immense capacity to do that. So you have to, your topic must be specific, and I speak here to everybody, because everybody talk about, we're talking in lay terms, you with me. I'm saying again, I'm not blaming you because we believe in the class exercise, but I'm using this information to say what I want to say. Okay. So the topic must be specific. Right? TV within the age group 6 to 8 years in of our area. You see what I'm trying to get at? It's specific in terms of the area. It's specific amongst whom. Right? Can you see that? And you can put the timeline between 2010 and 2019. Can you see that? So you've got specific in terms of the topic, where, whom, and the geographical area and the timeline. That is the specification of the topic. Please take note of that. Because if you give me a postal assignment with this broad topic, I will penalize you for that. Right? Because I'm saying now to you how it must be done. So it must be specific in terms of the area, specific within whom, amongst whom, youth in old age, which are the age groups, right? Where and the timeline. Okay? Must be very specific. That's my first point. Because the topic specification will direct you in terms of inputs and activities. Because I've heard a lot of vagueness in your inputs and activities. You don't say to me funds. You don't say to me equipment. I want to know funds for what? Is it funds for treatment? Is it funds for hospitalization? Is it funds for research to find a cure for that? What? What equipment are we talking about? Equipment for what? Can you see each item that you list under your inputs and activities and outputs must be linked to your topic. Must be linked to your topic. You get me? Linked to your topic. So you must specify the inputs, specify the activities, specify the outputs, so the outcomes and the impact, so that it talks to the topic specification. That counts also for the indicators. An indicator is not a description. An indicator is a measurement. It's not to describe what you're going to measure. You will see. That comes under your indicator protocol. There you will say, what will you describe? But the indicator is always a number of, or a percentage of, or a specific timeline, things done within a specific time period, or whatever. Can you see it's the measurement thing? Go to the indicators again, and you will see. Right? Amount of money spent by households on groceries. Can you see that? As a percentage of total household expenditure. Can you be very specific? Don't play only the number game. It's an easy one. It's an easy one. But quality indicators is important, like number of you mentioned also quality, some quality indicators. Subjective indicators important, objective indicators important. So just go through that again. Okay? I know you didn't have chance now to practice it, but I'm reinforcing just through the exercise, reinforcing some basic principles, which I actually already said. And you see now, this is it's not a Mickey Mouse thing. It's not a Mickey Mouse thing. A lot of projects, energy projects fail because people think it's a quick thing that you can do overnight in a day or two. Right? And I think you realize, hopefully you start to realize it is a process. It's a process starting from somewhere, going to somewhere, and what must happen, right? In between. To get from where we are to where we want to be. Right? Theory of change, rock frame matrix, right? Okay. Now basically, you have now, I want to say, you have actually completed your building blocks for monitoring. Right? You have actually completed the building blocks for monitoring. That's what you need to monitor, also to evaluate. Because the same principle applies for evaluation. You could draw in when you get to evaluation, you draw in from the monitoring into the evaluation. But let's stick to monitoring for now, because this is what this module is about. So this is the building blocks for your monitoring. It's the key part of this. If you don't get this part right, then the rest that will follow, that we're still going to discuss, is going to be all flat. All flat. So it's very important that you get to grips with this part of analyzing the problem, where we are, where we want to be, what do we require to get from there to there. I need a log frame which contains this. What does each element mean specifically? Right. How do those elements link up with each other? I didn't ask you to do that now in your exercise. But how do those elements link up with each other? Very important. Where does the arrows go? Right? Where does the arrows go? What is the description that you give to those arrows? Can you see that? What is the description? Like the planet in YouTube video yesterday. How that lady describes. See, this will happen, that will happen. Right? This will be the result as God. Just put again into the video. Perhaps I'll take again for you later. Right? If you just listen again, because I think you are becoming more familiar now what we're trying to say. And perhaps you understand it better. Okay. By the way of example. So I will do that this afternoon. Okay. It's lunchtime. Well, it's already 10 minutes past your lunchtime. But that means I have to give you 10 minutes back. I'm saying it is half, lunch should be 12:40. So I'm 10 minutes past the lunchtime. I'm going to give you 10 minutes. I have to work in the game. So it's 22, right? Can we be back? Can we be back? Let me say 22-2. Can we 22-1? Can we be back by 22-2 or half past rather? Half past. Thank you. Okay, can we start? Thank you. Thank you. Just round off this part of the discussion on the targets. Factors to consider when selecting indicator targets. Understanding of the baseline starting point. Once again, I just want to stress that the baseline starting point should be as accurate as possible, because that provides you the direction in terms of setting a target. If the baseline is wrong, the target will be wrong. You have to take into consideration the capacity and the budget and the resources, etc. We're setting a target. I think this is a summarized version of what we said before lunch. Before you read the exercise, I just want to give you mindful to the theory part again. Is existing capacity, budget, and resources. You cannot say we've built 10 houses and now we're going to break 50 while you've got only 3 people in the job. And the budget has been slashed by 10%. Can you see? The time period for setting targets, I've said that it's very important to say what is the time period that this target must be achieved. Do you want 80% of the 100 houses to be completed by 30 September 2020? Can you see? 30% or 80% of the houses completed by 30 September 2020. And the timeline target. Not 100% because your annual target is 100, or your annual target is 50 or 100. So you want at least 50% to be completed by midterm. So you can say, or you can say that I want to complete all the 100 houses within the next 2 years. I'm going to complete 80 of them now in year 1, depending on the budget. It depends on the circumstances. But the indicator or the target must take into consideration the budget, the resources, and how many people you have to do the job. Political concerns, I've said that, it may be that you get pressurized from somewhere to say, listen, this target must be increased by 100%, although you know it's not feasible. Because it might be that the political head wants to go and stand in front of people and say we're going to do those 100 houses this year. And then they often forget what they say. Because then you sit with the crack to measure that. And you get stressed out because you know you're not going to reach the target. Then you see that spin off the picture. Political concerns. Reorientation of the program. It may be that every project of you needs to be reorientated, or some aspects be revised. And it means then that you have to revise some of those targets, not the indicator, but the target, due to the fact that you cannot achieve certain accomplishments now due to a sudden cut in the budget, which means that that project is going to run longer. You have to extend the time period. So you cannot achieve the outcome now, what you have anticipated a year and a half back. Due to the changing circumstances, economic circumstances. If it is a new indicator, we'll talk about that, right? The issue of a new indicator. And time period when the effects of improvement can be noticed. It's important to say, but when will we be in a position, especially on the outcomes that we have? When will we start? When will you envisage certain improvements to be noticed? When can you expect that improvements will be noticed? By 2024, 2023, or whatever, right? We will have a better school attendance by 2023 due to the fact that the previous students is kicking in. But it takes time to have that effect, right? The impact. So those are the broad guidelines. It isn't the study guide, of course. I've seen some of them with an old study guide. Oh, I'll take it. I was just shaking my head when I saw that yellow covered page. It was that the old one, but we got the new one. The old guys with the yellow outdated forms was one. Forget it, you're not going to pass with that one. Right? The latest one has been updated, right? I made the readers a lot of changes on the latest one. So don't use the old study guide, okay? The rhythm and the style changed with the updated one. Okay. So I had to update new developments in the field. I have to keep people abreast. I can't sit with things without each figure, but fourth figure back to you. And you will come back to me and say, hey, it's outdated. When you come into conversation with people and they say, have you heard about this one? This thing now or that? You say, hey, I was just attending the course and the guy teaches us old methods. When you see that. Okay? So please just be aware that you can use this one as a basis, but you can't use it for test or examination. Some elements are still there when the new one asks for that one. Okay. Some of it, but not all. So time period when effects of improvement can be noticed, and we'll be back to that one now. when we're going to discuss what we call data collection methods. Right. We're going now move into the data collection method. So that's the last building block, right? That's the last building block. I said before lunch, we actually completed the building block, but it was not true. The last building block is the data collection method. So we need the building block of the outcomes, which consist of problem, log frame, theory of change, log frame matrix, which consists of indicators, baselines, targets. Now we move into the data collection methods. It's a process that is built up. Right? It's a whole process that is built up, which looks like this. If you draw a matrix, you will have the element of the log frame. Element of the log frame, right? Is it the input? Is it an output, or whatever, right? Let's say it's an output. Okay. And you describe what is those outputs that you have done in the log frame, right? So you carry that over, cut and paste it in the log frame matrix. Practically speaking, log frame matrix. Then you will have, because you will have your outputs, which you cut and paste. And then you will start formulating indicators. You will have indicators, you will have baselines, and you will have a target. And now you're going to say which data collection method will we use? Which data collection method to measure this indicator? Can you see? I want you to understand the logical flow, all right? Okay. And you will then have a column which we call means of verification, all right? Means of verification. Because your means of verification comes in your data collection, the information that you collect, the sources, right? So it's means of verification. And that is your complete matrix, log frame matrix, right? Complete log frame matrix consisting of this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 columns, right? 6 columns, which you will have. Normally people have one page for the inputs, one for the activities, one for the outputs, one for the outcomes, one for the impact. And you see three pages, so to speak, or 6 pages. Right. And there you can jot down all the information on that. Then you can see with one glance what is going on. Not what is going on, but what you have to do. So let's move now into the data collection method and spend some time on that. You will find more information when you do the research course, because data collection is very much research. Yes. But part of this course, because it's a step in the process, I'm going to integrate what is necessary for this module. I'm going to take out the necessary stuff and explain it to you which is relevant for the CBD process. What is important in terms of the data collection method, and we're now at step 6. Data collection method is the type of information, the design of the study, the data collection methods, the source of evidence, and the data quality. Right? It's all in the study guide. I call it a study guide. I've said it, don't worry about making notes from this slide because it's all in the study guide. The type of information, the design of the study, the data collection methods, the source of evidence, and the data quality. And we're going to have a look at each one of them. We're going to have a look at each one of them. So step 6 consists of those headings for the strategy. Data consists of those elements. If we look at the type of information, we ask the question, which approach am I going to follow in collecting my data? Am I going to follow a quantitative approach, or am I going to follow a qualitative approach? Those are the two broad approaches that you normally get in research or where you collect data. Right? The quantitative approach or the qualitative approach. Okay. The quantitative approach, as it says, is interested in describing an issue, explaining an issue. It has to do with numbers, statistics, and figures. How many of the people said, out of 100 or 200, how many of the people said they were satisfied with the houses that were built? Can you see that is quantitative? So you describe the issue in terms of numbers and figures and statistics. And the quantitative approach asks questions about the relationship among measured variables, and I'll get back to that one. It follows a structured approach. It uses a standardized procedure, and it relies on deductive reasoning. You know what is deductive reasoning? Moving from the general to the specific. That is quantitative research. Now that approach or that procedure which I'm talking about with quantitative research is that you will normally have your research questions, you will have your hypothesis, you will have your design, you will have a data collection method, which we're going to discuss now, different methods. We will have a data analysis, statistical analysis that you will perform, and you will interpret the statistics and write a report. That's quantitative. So you describe and explain the issue. That is quantitative research, in a nutshell, in an absolute nutshell. Qualitative research, on the other hand, and I'll go back to this one about the relationship among measured variables. The qualitative approach asks questions about the complex nature of a problem, the complex nature of a problem. It follows an unstructured approach. It focuses on the meaning about the problem or issue. It relies on inductive reasoning, moving from the specific to the general. Right? It answers questions about the complex nature of the problem, meaning to say, in quantitative, we ask the question, how many of whom what said what on a specific issue? How many say that the tourism that not providing with adequate tourism information? Can you see it's a number there, right? Were you satisfied with the service delivered by blah, blah, blah? Right? Agree, totally agree, we should disagree on a Likert scale or on a what scale they answer the question. It's structured. And we want to work out the percentages and we work out the averages and you know all of that. But with qualitative, we don't display a number bank. Qualitative is about narrative. It's about the meaning people attach to the issue. If you say you are unhappy with the service, with the service you received at let's take another example now, at the police's reception at the station. 80% say they were unhappy with the service in general they received at was the Calgary station. Then the question asked, but what is it? What made that person say that he's unhappy? And you see, it's another question. It's a question on a different level. Then you want to understand the person from his or her viewpoint about the experience of the service. And you see, it's not the number game. Then you talk about narrative. You talk about words. Verbal, non-verbal, right? That plays a role. That's qualitative information. So the question about qualitative is they ask, what happened? Why do you say what you are saying? And you see it's on another level. It's on a level where you want to go into the emotional part of a person to understand that person, why he or she is so agitated or frustrated with that kind of service being delivered by a specific department or a specific entity or a private company. Why is that the case? That is qualitative. Qualitative asks the question, wants to understand the meaning about the problem or issue. The meaning. So what we're trying to say is, we are not interested in qualitative of how many says what. You don't hardly use any statistics qualitative. It's more about the verbal, the stories that people tell you about that issue. And imagery is a very important tool. It's a very important tool. Especially if you're going to start measuring outcomes and impact. Then it's a very important tool to understand that person in terms of that results. Now it's not only about how satisfied they are, which can be a result, but it's also about the understanding of what made them feel that way. Especially if you come to impact. What changes it made to their lives? Can you see how to go on a qualitative level? Why do you say things look better now? That there are a road we go between this and that? What benefits did you have? What did it change life? You see, it's qualitative in nature. And there's a process for qualitative, which I'm not going to discuss the whole process. I'm really interested really on the collection techniques. So I'm just providing you the own quantitative, qualitative. In your research class, you will get to do more of a comprehensive picture. So I'm just selecting from the research course now the issue that is applicable for MET for the moment. Right? But you need a full research course in order to do research on MET. That's what I'm saying. So I'm just taking out important elements. So it's about the type of information that you want. Do you want qualitative information or quantitative information? But that quantitative information is based on an approach in research, or qualitative or quantitative approach. And that approach differs, the one differs from the other one. And it's a whole process. The processes are more or less the same, but there are some technical distinctions between them, and especially when it comes to the data collection methods, the methods do differ. That is what we're going to discuss, right? Because I want to complete this picture that you get an idea. How do we go from the target to start to measure it with what data collection method, and how we're going to verify it? Those two are very much linked to each other. So, let's look at the designs that you can get in research. Do we want to follow in quantitative what we call an experimental design, or a quasi-experimental, or do we want to follow a non-experimental design or a survey? You've all heard about the survey, right? The survey. I want to explain to you how does a survey work? And how does experimental and quasi-experimental work? Well, let's be more experimental for the moment. I'm not going to touch on quasi-experimental. I only want to make a distinction to say that you can make experimental and quasi-experimental, but non-experimental. That is the kind of design what we call in research or quantitative analysis requires phenomenological approach, case study, focus group. So I will quickly explain that to you as well. But now, before we study guide, but just to for you to understand the study guide this part a little bit better. How does an experimental design work? And this is now for me an important part because now I'm moving in the direction of impact, outcomes and impact. And I want to illustrate it by means of the following. Okay. Right. Let me explain to you, first of all, the survey. And then I go on to an experimental design. The survey is a data collection technique in quantitative data. A survey works like as follows. Or who can explain to me how does a survey work? How does a survey work? You know? What I tell you. Because you don't want to speak now. Better to listen to me and you say. All right. A survey, let's say that you want to do a customer satisfaction survey amongst a group of people who receive houses. Or the KLA, or New Brighton, or both, or Motherwell, or whatever. Then you will draw a sample, what we call a sample, from those target group of people who received the houses, right? You cannot interview all of them. With 1,000 people, you cannot interview all 1,000 because you don't have the money and the resources and the capacity to interview all of them. Because one of the central techniques in research or data collection is interviewing. Very central to ME. Data collection is interviewing. And you can get different types of interviews, which I will explain to you. But we want to do a survey, which means we identify the target group and say this is the people who receive thousands for them. You are going to draw a sample. There's a way of drawing the sample. Right? Drawing the sample from the people. And let's say you're going to interview 100 of them out of the 1,000, a 10% sample, or an 8% sample. Right? So you will then go and interview that 8%, identified by means of the sampling technique, method to whom you must go. And then you will go with a questionnaire to them, containing the questions that you want to ask them of your NNE project. You will see when we get to evaluation, one of the things is about evaluation questions, right? Evaluation questions. And you will then interview them in terms of that specific your project. Let's say it's a housing project. Now satisfied with that, and the questionnaire contains questions about that, about your project. Once those questions comes back, it must be processed, analyzed by means of statistical methods. And that statistical methods is things like frequencies, averages, standard deviation, variance. Have you heard about this? Right? I find it weird. I'm happy. But it's about to see who said what, how many of who said what, and what was the average response on this question and all of that, right? And then at the end, that is important to describe your data. Then you don't have to describe the data using the statistics as proof. And you write a report. That's a survey, what we call a survey. That's what we call a survey. And experimental design is a little bit different and complex. And I want to explain that complexity because you have to understand that part. I have said that quantitative research try to measure the relationship between two or more variables. What do I mean by that? If you take yesterday, we talked about concepts. Right? Housing project is a concept. The demographics or the age group of the person is a concept. Age. So let's say you bring age and the housing project together. Right? The moment you try to establish two concepts, if you put them together, it's called a variable. Right? It's a variable. We call it a variable. The variable is something that varies. How can it vary? If you've got the one variable which you divide with age, and you divide the ages to categories 16 to 21, 21 to 25, 25, 30, 30 to 35, up to 80, roundabout. And you ask people, those different categories of people, about the same issue, you will get a different response from the different age groups. And you see that variable varies. The one is called the independent variable, the other one is called the dependent variable. The dependent variable is normally your topic, the housing. And one wants to see what influences that variable, the topic. One of them can be age. So is there a relationship between age and the housing satisfaction? Can you see that's the question? Two variables, housing and age. Does age have an impact on housing satisfaction? Now that relationship between two concepts is problematic. Yesterday we talked about cause effect. You remember when we say if this will happen, then that will happen. Right? And if that happens, what will then happen? Can you see? And what if then if what? And before that, causal mechanisms, that means the one will lead to the other one, right? That's what we call a causal mechanism. But you also heard the lady yesterday afternoon on the YouTube video at the end say it becomes problematic because there may be other factors that influence that variable besides age. So I'm talking now about the complexity of measuring concepts. I'm on the level now of start measuring impact. Is the intervention that you have introduced, the intervention can now be the school nutrition program, it can be antiviral for TB, can you see before that the intervention in immunity? Because if we move from where we are to where we want to be, by means of a log frame, you will describe the different elements, but in the process, you are going to explain what intervention are you going to put in place to get to the goal. That whole process of elements is actually the intervention. because you can describe that intervention in terms of input, activities, outputs, etc. On impact level, we want to make sure that the changes in behavior is as a result of your intervention and your intervention only. Here we are. That's impact. And that's difficult. That's very, very difficult to do because we are so quick to say 1 and 1 equals 2. We want to jump to conclusions, right? If I drink a microdose, I will immediately, my headache will go away. Can you see? That's how we think. So let me give you another example to illustrate the point. Let's take 2 concepts. Alcohol abuse. One concept. Let's take assault. Assault GBH. You know what assault GBH? Huh? What is it? Assault what? What is it? Grievous bodily harm. 2 concepts. Are they related? And if they are related, how are they related? Now, hear me out. We need to say, in terms of cause effect, cause effect means whenever there's one variable present, it will always lead to another variable that have an impact on the other variable. That's the principle of cause effect. Right? Whenever that variable is present, it will always lead to that kind of variable. Now, is it true that alcohol abuse will always lead to assault GBH? Is that always true? Huh? Who said yes? You are a clever group of people. So tell me, why do you say no? Some of them, they just fall over and go, and there they go. No harm to anybody, and some women will say, thank goodness I'm rid of you for a moment. What else? What else? Why is it not the case? That's one reason, right? We call it a type of effect of alcohol, right? Or the personality type. Okay. What else? What other, if you say no, what other reasons can there be? Let's just focus on this one. I'm saying, what is it always the case that whenever there is alcohol abuse, there will be assault GBH? You say no. So tell me, why do you say no? She already gave me one reason, I need another one, other reasons. Such as what? Why do you say no? That's it. Bad behavior, that is also personality, right? Aggressive type of behavior. Agitated person. We're talking about a personality type. But what else? What else? No. What else? What else?
Environment.
Huh? Environment stuff. What do you mean by environment? Huh? What do you mean by environment? Huh? No, don't speak to me that way. Environment where assault is the culture, right? The culture of violence, okay? The environment, the culture of violence. That means socio-economic circumstances. Group there, okay? What else? What else? Yes. Huh? Mental health, yes. Mental health. That person can go a little bit cuckooish. Or senile. Like the one person in a old age home, we told his wife because he was starting to get senile after they were 60 years married. The two of them are still together. He told them one day when they had a fight, I should have never married you. After 60 years. But he didn't understand what he was saying. So you see, it's no capacity that is deteriorating. Right? That may be a reason. What else? Whose hand was up? What about the relationship issues? Huh? Relationship issues. Cut up for each other. Cut up for each other. Honeymoon is over. Cut up with each other. So there's always conflict, and that conflict comes to a boiling point that you see. It leads to a flop, even a flop down. You with me? Financial problems in the household may be another issue. But what am I trying to say to you? Can we ascribe only one thing to the effect? No. There may be other what we call variables, and you mentioned all these variables, right? Mental attitude, personality, financial issues. These are all other variables that will identify you now that may have an impact on assault GBH. So, yes. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Yes, I will. Can I get you that now? I mean, that's complete my response. I will get you that one. Okay. Is that what we're trying to say is now you have introduced an intervention. Putting scheme, better access, better schooling, things of school. Better standards, that's what you want to envisage, and now you want to start to measure that. Now the point is that you ask, based on this example, is that better school attendance? Is that better school standards, mathematical level that's raised or whatever? Is it solely as a result of your introduction of the food scheme? Can you see that is the point with impact? That is the difficulty with impact. Impact asks the question, that change in behavior, is it solely as a result of that intervention which I introduced, or are there other factors that also contribute to the impact? Parents, they've got a better training in raising their children, they have an impact, and you see that. And that also leads to better school, not only the food scheme. And you see where I'm going. In the social sciences, where we are, in the subject that you are studying, and one can, as I've said yesterday, when we started off, that you can group this subject as part of so-called public management, right? The subject public management. Social sciences, which forms part of social sciences, the two groupings on academic level is your social sciences or your humanities at some universities, or your natural sciences. You group two big groupings, so to speak. Right? There are other groupings also, but if I simplicity divide the academic world into two groupings would be the so-called social sciences, which includes criminology, sociology, psychology, education, public management. Can you see that? Natural sciences are more in terms of things like medical, chemical, physicists, biologists. Can you see? And there's a difference between those two. In the natural sciences, they can be more accurate in terms of predictions because they work with mathematical, chemical laws, right? The law of gravity. If I throw up the string, it will always come down. Can you see 1 and 1 always equals 2? For example, in the social sciences, we don't have that kind of theory. Why? Not because in a social science package, total package, we work with what we call human behavior. And human behavior is unpredictable. So therefore, you can't have a chemical law that predicts human behavior. It doesn't work like that. We've got different theories from psychology about personality of people. We've got different theories from the sociological environment, which determine how people operate within the environment, which is sociology. And we've got criminological theories about criminal behavior. Can you see that? But it's different theories. And the one can contradict the other one just like that. The accuracy of social sciences is much less than the natural sciences. We try to borrow from the social sciences, natural sciences, some elements of natural science issues like maths and stats. We draw from the natural sciences into the social sciences to make the study so-called more objective. Now you can understand, or perhaps you understand, why it is so difficult when we get to ascribing a solid factor to one thing only in the social sciences. There are too many other variables that can have an impact on that specific behavior. Oh, now okay. Let me just try to switch on and to start it again. Right. Just to start it again and see if it doesn't work. Now, so what do we do to try to cater for a design, an experimental design? What we call an experimental design. An experimental design try to cater for those variables that may have an impact on your results. How does it work in practice? You know, an experiment like they did in school, those of you with science. You've got two groups of people from your target group to whom your intervention was directed. And you want to measure the results or the change in behavior. You will select from that target group two groups of people. The one group you will call the experimental group, and the other one you will call the control group. Two groups, right? There's a specific way how you select it, because it must be random and it must be representative of the target group. That is two elements of that's important for experimental design. Now you will, let's call it testing or providing with a questionnaire. Before you introduce an intervention, we call it a pre-test. So you will test both groups before the time on the issue, on the problem that which you have analyzed. You know where we are. You will test it. both groups. And you will score them or, get the information. Then you will say to the control group, oh boy, I see you after 6 months or 8 months or a year. But with the experimental group, you are going to introduce the experimental group with the intervention. Only the experimental group. And you see, remember, you've got sample now. From the target group, 2 samples. Experimental group sample and a control group sample from the total target group, to whom your intervention is directed. Okay? With me? So, you will have the experimental group and the control group, and you will then test both of them. We call it a pre-test about that problem which they experience. You will introduce only to the experimental group the intervention, but not to the control group. After a year or so, you will call both groups back again, and you will submit the same questionnaire to both groups. Do you see? You will submit the questionnaire again to both groups containing the same issues about the intervention. Now you're going to measure, look for the difference in attitude or behavior between the first questions and the second one. Can you see that? Between the first one and the second one. You're going to compare them, the attitudes or the change in behavior. Right? This was what they thought before the time. You introduce the intervention, that's what they think thereafter. That's how they change. You with me? Right? This is how this group thought before the time. We didn't introduce them, but this is how they thought afterwards. Now you compare this questionnaire with that questionnaire and see what is the difference. You will compare this questionnaire with that questionnaire and see what is the difference. Do you see that? You will compare this questionnaire with that questionnaire and this questionnaire with that questionnaire and see what is the difference. Can you see? 4 comparisons. 4 comparisons. Experimental 1, experimental 2. Control group 2 or 1 and control group 1. Right? So you will have 2 comparisons. But then you will also compare experimental group, pre-questionnaire, we pre-test, compare them, and we call this a post-test, pre-post. Post-test afterwards. So you will have 4 comparisons that you are drawing. Comparison 1, comparison 2, comparison 3, comparison 4. Then you look holistically at the results and see now. Please see that the change of the behavior is as a result of the intervention. Let's say that after the full school feeding system, that was the intervention, there were better school attendance. That is what that intervention said, right? You introduce it, poor school attendance, children were underfed. Now there's a school intervention called the school feeding system. You test it, and you see there are better attendance. In the control group, you didn't introduce them. And now you compare. Thus, is the behavior of this the same as the behavior of that? Is there also here better attendance than there? Can you see? If there is, which might be the case, then you know that it is not only due to this intervention, but there something else happened in that community. something else happened in that community. It might be that parents were made aware of feeding their children much better at home. Can you see that? It may be that the churches came on board and say we will have every afternoon with very nutritional food. Can you see what I want to do that? Then you can't say categorically that it is as a result of my intervention that there is now better school attendance. Follow my logic, my drift. Which means you're in trouble with your project. Because now you can't brag in your environment. You know what, my intervention produced this. So what should happen while you are introducing this variable, and that's why you measure on a monitoring level, we try to see what we call control for extraneous variables, control for other variables that might impact. You must be on the outlook for them. Right? That's why while you monitor, are you on track? Meaning to say, are you on track? Are there, for example, other influences? By interview people and say, does the fooding scheme contribute? Or do you think there's other issues that contribute? Can you see part of the monitoring process? So that when you get the evaluation and you start measuring impact by means of experimental method, that you will have a better result. Because if you pick up during monitoring, hey, there's other influences here. Can you see? I know I have to start revising my project. And you see how complex things can become. In real life, we like to say 1 and 1 equals 2. Jump conclusions. And I get irritated as a social scientist by people who always talk in this language, you know. If I immigrate, I will have a better life somewhere else. 1, 2, 3, let's immigrate. Fine. Is it true? If 1 equals 2, can you see what I'm trying to get there? Just put petrol in the car, the petrol will run. Then you see the car will run. Can you see that elementary work? Which is true in some cases. Yeah, you have to have petrol in your car, otherwise you don't run. But you can't think about everything in life at that same level. So what I'm trying to say is, that's why you do an experimental design. You call that, in a nutshell, an experimental design. An experimental design versus a control group, which you have, and that is, and then of course a survey. In a survey, we don't necessarily control for these variables. We purely test for opinions or attitudes. Now going back to you about, let's say, the alpha one. Interesting question, but I don't want us to elaborate on the alpha one. Right? That's an example. But your question is, how do you change the behavior? Or how do you change the what is your question? People's perceptions on alcohol. Why are you asking that? You like alcohol or what? Are you afraid of people going to think what you should or what? Then I'm joking. Then you're saying, why do you ask that? Yeah. Yes. No. Yeah. Yeah. I don't understand you. I think the difference between not prescription. Yeah. All the other issues, yeah. Yes. Yes. Yeah. 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 No, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Look, let me just put this into context. I'm not saying that if you, let's keep the fooding scheme, because it's similar. I'm not saying that the fooding scheme does not contribute towards the change in behavior. I'm not saying that, you agree. I'm saying it's not the only issue that can contribute to better school attendance. Can you see? I'm still saying it can make a contribution, and the experimental design will show that. It may indeed a contribution. But in real life science, we want to make sure, double sure, that when we brag about the intervention that cost the state 100 billion rand, that it is really the result. Can you see that? I know, coming back to the alcohol and the abuse, of course there is a relationship between the two. We call that relationship, or the relationship of anything, about the fooding scheme as well. We call it not necessarily cause effect, we call it correlation. There's a correlation. Yeah. Go on a Saturday evening to a police station, to Kwazulu-Natal or wherever, in Victoria. You can go to a number of police stations. What would you see there on a Saturday evening? Blood, sweat, and tears at the reception. Man hits woman. Hard fights. Because they were drinking too much. So it's true, there is a correlation. And nowadays, a woman also get a holding and hit the man, you know, with a fun or something. Also, they also complain yes, like this. I say this with that. But what I'm saying is there is a correlation. But it's not what they call a direct correlation. A direct correlation means if the one is present, there will always be the other one. That's the direct correlation. Or direct correlation. That is what I'm trying to say. It's not, you cannot prove that in all instances. And I just use that example to illustrate that. You cannot, in all instances, say, whenever there's alcohol abuse, there will be violence. Can you see? That's what I'm trying to say. Of course there is violence. But that's what you have to establish. Is there a relationship between these two concepts, number one? And number two, if there is, how strong is that relationship? And there's statistical techniques that can look into that. Okay, enough of that. I'm going to give you a short break, a 10-minute break. And then we come back and I want to quickly discuss the data collection with you, right? And that's very nice stuff to hear because it depends on the type of class which I present, but if I present this part, students like to hear it because very practical stuff, right? So we're very much into practical now. It's 10 minutes. 5 to 42, please, because I want to finish off within the next 3/4 of an hour. So if you stay out longer, you lose out. 10 minutes, 10 minutes. Thank you. I actually want us to continue because I want to finish off. It's not confusion. Right? So I want to So, can we all start, please? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's move. Okay, thank you. If you just quickly go back, because it's not necessary that you have to know every little detail. I mean, it's the broad things that you must know. You know, what is quantitative, what is qualitative, and that is the thing. So, you know, and what is experimental and what is not experimental. I mean, the nitty-gritty how you do it. It's not. I will never ask you how you will do it. You will be. Because I explain to you how it works. Okay? Right. Now, the qualitative designs that you get, just quickly, I'm going to mention one or two, is what we call narrative inquiry. That is more or less biography, biographical details, biographical research, documentary stuff. In your M&E project, you will have a lot of documentary stuff, right? Documents, source documents, historical documents on the project, as you build up an archive of documents and evidence, right? As sources. Phenomenological, don't pay attention to that word, you never have to remember that, except when you get to your research class there, you will forget it again. It just means phenos, or pheno, it stems from the Greek. If you break up the word into phenos and logical, logos in Greek means word, phenos means the soul or the heart, right? So it's about the words that people speak from their heart. And you see that? That is a method to understand people in terms of their situation and in terms of the topic that you are embarking on. So if you want to impress your husband or your wife tonight or daughter or boyfriend, you say, you are my phenomenological. And then you will say to me, are you swearing at me or what? And you say, no, my hobby. Let me explain to you, for my lady, what does it mean in Greek? Words of the heart. How beautiful, romantic. case study is purely where you take a case and you study the case, right? Eskom as a case study of supplying electricity. Do it with. Okay? Case study. Focus group, specific technique that you use to interview people. So let me move on. What other methods coming close to home in terms of your indicator that you will now use to measure your indicators, right? What are the data collection strategy? You will put down the design to say, I'm going to use a survey, right? For example, use quantitation. We'll say survey. Write it in there. In that column, survey. Then the next one is, how are you going to do the survey? What methods are you going to use, right? And there are a couple of methods, very easy, right? Let me quickly go through them. You use a questionnaire, as I've said, containing the questions about your energy project. About your topic, your energy project. You will either do a standardized interview, meaning to say you will go and visit the person and do a face-to-face interview. You know what's a face-to-face, right? Face-to-face interview. Asking you all the questions. A mailed questionnaire means that you will post the questionnaire, right? A telephone interview, you will call the person on his or her cell phone or landline, right? And interview the person through the cell phone. Electronic email, email the questionnaire to the person. Can you see? And the answer. Group interview, where you get the people around the table, like you as a group, and I give you the questionnaire which you have to complete. Group interview. Self-administered, I leave the questionnaire with you and say, sir, will you please complete? I will give it up with 48 hours. Then you speak self-administered. Those are the data collection methods. Very easy. Okay? Very easy. But let me quickly explain to you, there are pros and cons. You just can't pick and choose if you want. Let's take, for example, the standardized interview. If that person lives in the rural area, you must realize, and it may be the only way to reach that person, which forms part of your intervention, part of the group. And it's the only way because there's no signal, so you can't cell phone. You with me? There's no post box, so you can't mail it. Can you see? There's no internet. You can't internet. Can you see? So your only option is to go and visit that person, but that implies cost. Can you see? You have to travel. Itinerary. We are my supply chain friends. You will know, right? Okay? Itinerary. Cost implications. Cell phone interview, easy to reach, shorter period of time. You can reach a lot of persons in a short period by having a cell phone or a landline interview. But it depends on when you phone the person. During the day, people will say, hey man, I'm busy. I'm working. What happens if you say in the evening? You're even more busier. Be practical. What happens between 5 o'clock and 8 o'clock in the house over the evenings? It's near my car. Isn't it so? It's food and it's children and it's homework and it's cleaning and it's washing. And now you come here from the out of the blue and come here first to say, can I interview you on this interview? Anything adequate and awkward. So you have to set a time. If there's time for a person, wait in it. Then you give the time waiting. 9 o'clock tonight, or 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, or whatever the case may be, you jot it down and you phone that person that time. Normally they are then available. They will fine, they will continue. unless you come out again and then postpone the interview. But I'm just saying it's not easy to go do this stuff. There are practical realities. I will tell you in a lighter note story, in a lighter note, what actually happened to me. When I was still at the Human Science Research Council many years ago, we did conduct interviews, telephone interviews in the evening. We had telephone interviewers, 10 telephones, people were sitting in different offices, privacy, and we phoned the persons, right, from the sample that we got. At that stage, we know that we cannot phone the people during the day because they're not at home. And the people that you will get hold of will be old age people, retired people, or unemployed people. Can you see? People get a skewed sample. So we phone from 5, 6 o'clock up to 9 o'clock in the evening with the persons. Now you made all kinds of excuses or whatever. Like that one lady was told me to say, no, it's fine, you talk to me. And halfway through, she said, hey, stop. My food is burning on the stove. Now I'm going to wait for. 7, 8 minutes later, she said, okay, I'm back on the line. I said, okay, can we continue with the next question? She said, but wait, I'll give you what to talk about. So I had to repeat the interview. All these type of variables, I say, that can influence the conversation. We must think about the practical realities. Electronic questionnaires. You think everybody's got access to the internet? No. It's data. There are actually more people having computers than people that having access to data. You know that. So everybody, you can't go to everybody with questionnaire. But by questionnaire, post, you get a bad return. People get the stuff from the post box and they will regard it as part of their junk fund and throw it away. It's turnover very low. And it's old method. Yeah, those are the 2 issues I just want to highlight amongst you to say that you must know your target group, your stakeholders, so to speak. You must know the demographics, you must know and understand the geographical area so that you can decide if you're right here. I'm going to measure this indicator by conducting a telephone interview. Can you see that's what you're writing here? Right? Survey, telephone interview. Then you must make sure that when you write down telephone interview quantitative, you write down quantitative approach, you write down the design survey, and you write down interview or telephone interview. Then you must make sure that you can phone those persons and you speak to measure the indicator. You see what I'm trying to get at? You can have a combination of methods. You don't need to have only one method. You can say for this type of people, they've got access to the internet, I'm going to invite it to this group. Okay? To this group of people, no, I have to go and interview them myself. For this group, I will use the telephone. Can you see you can use more than one method. You don't need to use one method, but you must know who the people are. You must know them. Data collection methods. Then the methods associated with qualitative approach is the one is called observation, and this is a method that's not been used by MIT, especially on evaluation. Observation, right? If that houses is built, you will, as an evaluator, also go and do a site visit, especially if you measure the activities that you see. Especially if you measure the activities. And they are good. Besides the auditor general, You as the evaluator will have to conduct observation. If we say these are the activities, are these activities actually taking place? Then you will go and do an observation. You see whether that's really in place. Or you can observe your target group in terms of to see, to notice whether there's a change in their behavior or the results. Observe. An observation is these techniques are not so always so easy, because then when I talk about observation, I'm not talking about observation like you are observing me now and I'm observing you. And we just listen and make your own impressions. You observe for a specific purpose. You don't observe because you think that lady is beautiful. Or vice versa. You with me. You observe the environment or those people to see whether there are indeed changes taking place. Do they start to look differently? Can you see? Observation. Unstructured or semi-structured interviews. Here we get a standardized interview, which means structured interview. We've got the questions and it's structured. Structure. For example, the structured questionnaire, color of black, I'm getting to you now. The color of a motor vehicle, you categorize it into blue, yellow, can you see all the colors? And you code them and you ask the person what kind of color of car you drive. Can you see that person? Marks with a cross, which color? Can you see that structure? So, a quantitative structured question. You want to ask me? No, fine. Just say what you want. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Is the result of that. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Just give it a chance, please. Yes. Project. Yeah. Can I answer you now? On that one? Try to answer. All right. Just give me a chance to complete this part, and then I get back to you. If I forget, say to me, hey, answer me when you do that. Because I'm getting focused on what I'm presenting, and then I might think to forget that I won't. But if I do, because I'm getting also tired, then you say to me, answer me. When you do that, please. Okay. Qualitatively, we just explained the semi-structured interview or unstructured is the opposite of structured. You go with what we call the interview schedule. You've got the issues that you want to discuss with the person, and you've brought it down. We call it also open questions, right? What do you think of this house? Questions open. And that person starts to speak. And then you apply what we call probing. Tell me more about it. Can you elaborate on this? Can you see it's an open discussion? That's why we call it, I say open or unstructured or semi-structured. Semi-structured is when you provide a little bit more structure to the conversation. Unstructured is open with the issues you want to cover. And you say to that person, I'm going to cover these issues. Can we start speaking? And it takes time. It takes 2 hours to you want the person to speak up, to open up, and to elaborate. Tell me your story. Why do you say so? When did it happen? Where did it happen? Can you see? qualitative. You want to get to the bottom of things. That's qualitative. Unstructured with the interview schedule, like before. But that interview schedule contains the information from which you want from the project. Focus groups. These group interviews. Qualitative focus groups. You get 10 people around the table, and instead of interviewing them individually on an unstructured or semi-structured basis, you interview them now in that group. Okay? And you will facilitate the group by asking the question and you let the people speak. Now, normally you have a video recorder or a video cam recorder, and you get permission from them to record the conversation because you can't remember what the people are saying. Because afterwards, even with the unstructured or semi-structured interview, the qualitative, you can't go down or write down what the people are saying to you because they tell you a story, they tell you, you ask them, they tell you. So you have to report them. You have to ask them permission. It's ethics, confidentiality, privacy. Can you see that? And then afterwards, you will then analyze those stories because you will again replay or play and replay those stories. That is what we call focus groups. And focus groups is the same because the group is speaking, but they speak individually and they can contradict each other, but you allow that. You have to facilitate. But it's qualitative understanding, and you ask this. And you have to merge those different opinions at the end of the day. But you have to video record them. What do you call it? Video can. Video report. Right? What's the word? Video report. What's the word? Huh? Yeah. So that you can listen and see what did the people say. But you have to give him that undertaking that you do that only for the purposes of analysis. You will see when you get to the end of evaluation on Friday. There's one step, what they call also, or part of the step, which is called the archival of data. The archival process of information. And if you want to archive these conversations, hey, you must adhere to the Archival Act, right? You can't let any other person see what you have seen. If I have a conversation with you or you in an interview, and I leak out, and you come in the company notice that I have tell everybody I had an interview and show it to them, you can sue me. And no, that's good. It's a breach of human rights. It's a breach of contract. Okay? So that's why you give people a consent form to say, I'm going to interview you and I will use this information only for analysis purposes. If you agree and you give them a copy, and you keep a copy. If it leaks out somewhere, that lady or gentleman can sue you. Or if you are doing it on behalf of the organization or department, they will sue the minister of that department. Right? And that would be a large day of work. Become guilty. You don't need to go to court. This process will find guilty with the evidence. Okay, you see, one must also keep in mind when you do this, keep in mind the sensitivity of the process. The sensitivity of the process, right? Okay. And then, of course, your measuring instrument, I've already said, is either the questionnaire containing the questions about what you want to monitor. You want to monitor this indicator, so what kind of questions like if we ask the person in terms of this indicator, if you're going to do interviews or a survey or an experimental, or you're going to say, I'm going to do in qualitative. Besides these approaches, there's also, I didn't add it here, but I think it's in the study guide, there's also documentary studies. Documentary means all the documents on the system that provides you with information. Right? Documents. Literature, Stats South Africa information. Can you see documents, documentary stuff? We call that secondary sources. You know there's a difference between primary sources. You know? You can tell me what the difference between a primary source and a secondary source. Primary source, secondary source. You can tell me what's the difference. What is the primary source and what is the secondary source? Come tell me. I'm sure you know. That's the primary source. The secondary sources are sources that are currently available to be used. Sources from the library, like we talked about yesterday, scientific articles, books. That's secondary sources. Right? Primary sources is when you're going to create information. That means you go and interview. You create information. So when you do the studies, then you will make use of either a survey or a focus group or whatever to create information. That's primary information. Primary. So you will have in M&E a lot of secondary information. A lot. Tender process regulations, which forms part of your M&E project. It's a building project. That's the secondary source. It's a tender procedure. What is it there? I can really jump on you, you won't make it. Give you a slap and it won't make it. Are you down and out? Oh my God. Okay. Let me just see. I will continue tomorrow morning with this part. I actually did it now already. That you must make a distinction if we just round off this discussion. All right? Then we're done for today. Because it's very much linked. I've already said that you must make a distinction between your data collection method and your source of evidence. Right? If you interview people, individuals, group interview techniques, observing people, whatever, your source of evidence is those people or groups doing something, activities, training, designing, courses, managing. Can you see that's your sources? If I interviewed you, you are the source of the interview. Can you see that? Or is it capture and analyze data from documentary and statistical sources? Your source of evidence is documentary sources like reports, books, brochures, manuals, training resources, personal documents, procurement records, visual records, or statistical data sources such as statistical attendance records, loan records, access or download statistics. Can you see that is all part of sources of evidence? We talked about it morning, about the Auditor General. So your data collection method must be linked to a source of evidence. That is what I call here your means of verification. You will think, what is your source? Your collection method links to a source. What source do you use? Not only books. Remember I said you can't be vague, you will think. Not only a magazine. What source? Which source? From where? What type of documents? Not only procurement documents, what kind of procurement documents? Can you see? What now? What now? We get the picture. I will tomorrow continue with this part. Now, all right, let me conclude and I'm just going to sit down, if you don't mind. Now, what we're going to do now is that, okay, we're going to call it a day, right? Now, you will go and study before you're writing the test tomorrow afternoon, right? So what will happen is, we will have class from 8:30 till 12 tomorrow morning. Because it's indicated as such. Then I will allow you for 2 hours to go and study again. You with me? Not for the first time, but again. Because you're writing between 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock. Right? 2 hours. Now, let me just say that the test will be where we got today, up to where we are now. So it will be from step 2. Are you with me? Up to where we are today. You with me? I gave you actually more for the test online, but I haven't finished everything yet, so it's not fair for you to do work which you haven't discussed. All right. So where we are today, where I end of today, that is where the test will be tomorrow. Okay? All right. Are you all with me? Yes. Now don't ask me again because I'm not going to answer you what the test will be. So if you talk, but I'm not going to answer you. Okay? So I'm only talking once. I'm learning twice, but I'm only learning once. But I'm only speaking once. Okay, now to help you, the test will be 50 marks. I just completed it. 50 marks tomorrow. Okay. How it works, the training part, I was studying your study guide. There is from 30%, so 70%, so okay. But let's focus on one thing at a time. Don't try to eat an elephant. Let's focus on tomorrow's test only. 50 marks. One question. One question. One question. I'm not going to ask 2 marks. What is this? What is that? Advanced level. Advanced level. If you don't understand the impact of the concept advanced, you will learn it from me. Advanced. You know what is advanced? You know what is the difference between lower level and higher level? You know what the difference is. It is the difference. So one question you will get tomorrow, and you can guess what that question will be. You can just think now and visualize the one question. You will see. One question, 50 marks. So you know now, I'm not going to ask you a question only on the log frame, or a question only on the log frame matrix, you with me, or a question only on indicators. You're going to pick one question. From step 2, you know where step 2 starts, which means that all the other work prior to step 2 is excluded. All the other work prior to step 2 is excluded. Are you with me? So I can't ask you anything about concept and definitions and all that. It will be a process question. Right? Process question with content. Starting from step 2 till where we end today. That will be all in one question, 50 marks. I see you tomorrow morning, 8:30 sharp. I will continue with or without you. I just want to remind you the words of the Paul that actually does not tolerate that. So don't stay away because you want to study for the test. That's not the idea. That's not the idea. And it's not a lot of work. It's really not a lot of work. It's really a few pages. You can't make it. And I'm not going to ask you detail. You with me? Every little detail, because then I will ask individual questions such as give me types of indicators. That's individual questions. The question is about the growth overall thing. But of course, with some detail within each space. You with me? Hey, you listen. I say the question contains the process where you have to describe to me the processes, but with the little detail. You with me? With the little detail. Underneath each one. You with me? Okay. But I won't ask you, give me the different types of indicators. That's a detailed question. If that's for the examination. For tomorrow's test, it will be the one question only 20 marks. Thank you. 8:30 tomorrow morning till 12. Hear me out? 12. 2 o'clock tomorrow, I will know where the venue will be. We'll be for perhaps one half of you will write exams here, and the other half in another venue. But there will be a vigilator. No, I'm speaking. Thank you very much. I'm speaking now. I'm speaking. Thank you. There will be a vigilator tomorrow, or 2 vigilators, depending on which class will be divided for the test 2 o'clock. Right? 2 o'clock. So I will give you time from 12 to 2 to study. Because 12 o'clock I've got a meeting on with the HOD and its team for the whole afternoon. So you will have vigilators tomorrow. All right? Which will do that test. You want to ask me what? Yeah, whatever you the only one to interpret it, right? But you know what now what I say. Thank you. I'll see you tomorrow. I said the show. Thank you. Now, I don't know, and I would actually be like modification. You would have to graduate. That party, should we give you another like? And they Hey. Oh, thank you. I thought it was all right. That's slightly. What? Yes.